Charlie knows that when I start streaming, he gets a treat. Oh my god. Also, hi, Katana. You guys are gonna get it early, and then maybe like a long stream too. Oh. Yeah, smart. Smart. Smart ass, more like it. Yo, 10 points if I hit him on the forehead. Okay, I can't see. Alright, 10 points if I hit him on the forehead. I can't see, Charlie! I don't know if you guys heard it, but it definitely made a bonk. Oh my god. Are you fucking shitting my dick right now? I was literally just saying. Fuck. I don't deserve this, man. I don't fucking deserve this, man. What the fuck? I thought this was gonna be blood points. I thought that was gonna be blood points. I'm like shaking.
Sent from above, Lola is complete once more. You deserve a reward. Do you wish Lola to reward you with a song?
Sure, why not?
I was just about to say, sure, why not?
And I dream of your love. You were sent from above, like a soft
All right. Who wants to unfollow me and then refollow me to test to make sure that my follows are working? Because I tested my alerts and allegedly they're working, but we'll see. Hey, thank you. Thank you so much. Ha! Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. Yay, they're working. Yippee! Ugh, that was frustrating. You know what I did? Absolutely nothing. You know what? I restarted my PC. But besides that, I literally didn't do anything. Spades first. Cute as a button. Not first. Cute as a button. Mwah. Shabby. Mwah. Mr. Ware. Mwah. Supernova. Mwah. Alice. Mwah. Amaya. Mwah. Thank you guys very much for the forehead kisses. 20 seconds is crazy. Hi, Mr. Ware. Hi, Gotbuster. Also, Mr. Ware, I love this emo. It's so cute. Hi, Little Gone. Hi, cute as a button. Hi, Spades. I hope you guys are doing so amazing. You guys are very hot, very tall, very talented, very handsome.
Pitch vibes, pitch vibes, pitch vibes, pitch vibes, pitch vibes, pitch vibes.
Speaking of hot, tall, talented, and handsome, Goat Seeker for the 44 months. What the French toast sticks. Thank you so much. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emote. Bitch. Your 90 emotes, your ad review, and your sub badge. Sorry, my dog was in my way. What's up, Mad Eye? Mad Eye, you doing anything right now? Jinx. Mwah! Capricorn. Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh my god, Spades. Yay! It's because you have ttv.mixer.rumble.kick in your username. I don't know. That's funny. Guys, how are you doing today? Oh my god. Wait, really? Goats, when is that? When is that supposed to happen? Oh, so this emote is so cute. Oh my god, Oreo Cake's the best emotes. I'm ready for some Alice Trials. Yes! Did you end up playing some the other day? I had a dream about it. I had a dream about the Judas one. My teammates certainly weren't helping because I wasn't there. I wasn't there distracting the killer for you. Nope, you have not. Accurate. It's not bad. If I was able, okay, so Shabby and I did it, and he got an A+ because, you know, he's star. But I got an A, which I think is pretty good for our first time, though. So I think it's pretty good. What's up, Mama J? Mwah. Kyle. Mwah. Everyone say hello to your overlord and savior, Kyle. Oh my god. So I was gonna ask the mods this. So you guys know how Bravo Penguin's mommy, Kyle is... Wait, no, he's Kyle. Bravo Penguin is Hello Princess. I wanted to ask the mods, like, what, like, entrance they wanted. Like, what do you guys want me to say? Like, oh, everyone say hello to Spades, and then Spades has, like, a special nickname or something. I wanted to ask the mods that, but I forgot. So I'm asking you guys now. What do you guys want to be called? Well, I mean, Bat Cow does have your command. Goats! Mwah! YBZ. Mwah! Think of the forehead kissy. Everyone's going live now. 7 p.m. is a pretty common time people go live, especially since it's Friday. Bat Cow is like equal opportunity, covers everything. Escape! Mwah! Think of the forehead kissy. I'm proud of you. Oh, thanks, YBZ! I saw your message and I didn't respond to you because I'm a really bad person. Yikes. I'm so sorry, but I really do appreciate your message. I'm sorry I didn't respond. Daily dose of dad humor to make you smile. What happened when 2 slices of bread went on a date? It was loaf at first sight. I don't think I've heard that before. Hi, Rune Puzzle. Mira. Mwah. Everyone say hi, Mira. They're gonna learn. That's very funny. Amelia. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Yes, Shabby. From what I understand, both you and Maddie are joining me tonight. Bravo, Penguin. Hello, Princess. Think of the forehead kissy. I'm doing okay. I got a lot done today. I don't know if you guys saw the tweet that I twatted. I got a lot done today, but I didn't work out. And, like, I think that's what sucks. Because I did order a pizza yesterday, which is really good. And I did, like, a little Tism happy dance. And that, like, had a really good time eating my pizza. Shout out to Papa John's. But I worked out yesterday. Really great workout yesterday. But I didn't work out today. And I had some leftover pizza today. And I really wanted to work out before stream, and I didn't. But I did do a lot of chores. So, and I was sweating. What happened to hi? Hello. How are you? Thanks for covering my pizza. Sushi guy, what the fudge sticks? Stellar Bear. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Hi, Saturya. Escape, enjoy your lurky turkey. Hi, Bev. Sushi guy, thank you for the 5 gifted subs to Frankish Ride, Laced in Black, Glitch Rogue.
It's our anniversary.
Oh my god. Kairos Calico and Therapeutic TV. What the fudge? Also, hi, and Tiny Barbituary with 60 months. All right, someone with a brain. That's 5 years, right? Is it our 5-year anniversary? Because you get a Pokemon card. Oh my god, Chevy for the 6-7 bits! Sushi Guy, I hope you're doing so good. I don't have a brain. Sushi Guy, can you tell me what color pussy you like? Pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, or purple? And entirely Marbituary, do you know what that means? You get a very special Pokemon card in my Pokemon Spank Bank binder. 5 years is Psychic. Ooh. Oh, this is hard. I'm gonna go with the first card that I saw. All right? We're gonna go just knee-jerk reaction. This is very cute. I hope you love it. We get to kiss. We get to play Craft Store. I'm joking. Hi, Salted Loki. Everyone say hi, Salted Loki. Hi, English. Mwah, mwah. Chloe. Mwah. Think of the forehead kisses. You Beth. Yippee. Wait. One hand clapping. Oh, I just cracked my neck. Oh, Zarya. Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. I mean, unless. Hi, Panda Monster. Goddess. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy, Panda Monster. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. All right, everyone shut up. I have to spell, and spelling is not my strong suit. Oh, hello, Mystery Hype Train. It's so scary, isn't it, Mad Eye? I was like, my face the entire time watching it was... But I am going to say, a lot of things aren't your strong suit. Rock Dude, go away. I'm wearing a low-cut shirt today. Go away. Go away, Rock Dude. That's my brother. Everyone say, bye, brother. I did find this shirt. I lost this shirt for 2 months. 2 months I lost this shirt. And I found it, so. My brother got Pokemon cards today. Everyone say, shut up. I'm buying you a sweater for Easter. Only if it's your Pokemon sweater. Hi, Fritzy! Alright, everyone shut up. I have to spell. I don't know how to spell. Hold on. Entirely Marbituary. And it's all lowercase. I'm gonna buy you a sweater. February. Got it. My marker is getting bad. I can still read it. I'm gonna say this because I have to pay taxes in 2 weeks, so I'm gonna say this. I'm sorry, but I'm a streamer. Is my Photon Trap. Hey guys, gifted subs are 35% off right now. 5+ gifted subs, 35% off. We could take some shots today. Wait, Sushi Guy, did you tell me what color kitty cat you wanted? Let me know. I missed it because I don't know how to read. So, yes, they are. All the alerts are fixed as far as I know. Also, nutmeg, mwah, rootsy, mwah. Oh, that's so many, though. That's so many. That's so many. You can't see it, but I'm moving my butt right now. I was like flexing my butt cheek for every like beat of the song, just so you guys know. In case you're wondering, I was flexing my butt. I'm sorry. Stop it! Entirely Barbitchberry, look at your Pokemon! You're a Whimsicott, and I think you're only our second person. Shut up, Rod. Do no one ask your bitch ass opinion. I could talk to him like that. He's my brother. You're the third. You're our third person. Also, Kyle, thank you for the 10 gifted subbies. I'm gonna read who got a sub in a second. Look, there's Rootsy, there's Sick Turmoil, and then there's you. 5 years. Thank you so much. Wow, you know, yeah, butt stuff is so funny. Oh. You were the first one, and I did give you a Clefable for being first one. You said shots of Malort. I do have a new bottle of Malort, so I have to put the edible glitter in there. Really, Kyle? Shut up. YBZ, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Do I get a card for 20 seconds? You get a... That was not a high five. That was me slapping you in the forehead. Should have had a V8. Guys, I'm so funny. Am I blanking? What's happening? Think of the shout out for YBZ! Blur? Is it blurry? Is the stream blurry? I can't tell. Fog? It is foggy? Okay, I think I fixed it. Kyle, let me know. What color pussy you like? Pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. But if it is pink, I have to go get another one. Lantana! Mwah. Fun. Mwah. The guys for the forehead kisses. If I've missed anyone's messages, it's because I don't know how to read. I dropped out of college. What'd you call me? I don't remember. Purple pussy. Ooh, fun! I got you. Wait, do you guys not hear the lizard? I fixed it. Do you guys not hear it? Let me know. I'll re-fix it. Ugh.
Lizard.
Do you guys hear it? You do? You do? Okay, good. Okay. I was gonna be so mad, but like I understand because technology hates me. Wow, that's so mean. That's okay. The gifted subs, not the lizard. Wow!
There's something out there far from my home, a longing that I've never known.
Hi, Trans Panda! Sweetie! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Rootsy! Think with the 5 gifted subbies to Mars Aflame, Croshow, D-Extreme, Marta, and Grim Hine. Holy shiitake mushrooms. Get your stupid emotes out of here, Rock Dude. Look at you. Did you already open your Pokemon cards? Whatever. Shinobi! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Mean equals punishment. Alright, so I'm going to do a shot of Malort, a shot of Pink Whitney. Jesus Christ. Alright, I'm gonna end stream. Bye, guys. What the fuck? Guys, one's in chat if I should sandbag Mad Eye. One's in chat if I should sandbag Mad Eye so that he dies in Outlast Trials. One's? Yeah, good girl. Good chat, good chat! Good chat! Wait, is it your birthday? Tyler, is it your birthday? When's your birthday? Matt, I thank you for the 20 gifted subs, too! Midwest Token is Zoya Leon's... Leon's beef curtains. One-handed ginger, big moto gaming, dead red, goth pasta, soul fanatic, crazy bald man, Mizzotti, Adrian Cobb, Lakers, Whimsical Rue, Leanners, the official devil, Xanax the clown, Laws, Paws, Carl, U.S. built. Who the fudge is Leon's, like, what was it? Flippy Flappies? What was that? Next Friday! Well, happy early birthday, Tie-Dye. I can't wait to see your nails. Also, Lintona, thank you for the bits. Shabby, thank you for the bits. Lintona, thank you for even more bits. Shout out to Leon's Beef Curtains. Speaking of Leon's Beef Curtains, Rootsy, what color pussy would you like? Mad-Eye, what color pussy would you like? I have pink for Sushi Guy, purple for Kyle. You guys are... Leon's, huh? Leon's Beef Curtains. That's the name. I didn't gift that sub. I'm gonna end stream. Do you guys mind if I end stream? Would you guys mind? Streamer choice, I got you. Sandbag Mad-Eye! Oh, I will. Oh, I will. What the fudge? Mira, do I end stream? Do you have Gween? I do have Gween. I do have Gween for my favorite princess. Fire King! Mwah! Alice, enjoy. Oh, Silent Lurk, sorry. I didn't say anything. 3D! Is that the hottest, tallest, handsomest, most amazing sweetie in my stream and my most favorite person in this room right now? That's you! If you're on stream, you're gonna hang out with me in Discord, that's the deal. Doesn't sound like much of a threat. I'm not the one talking about beef curtains. That was the gifted sub! Bravo, Penguin. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs to Ashlo, Rakinza, Soulmate Glow, It's Leisha, Rizzo Paulus, Maximus Beard, The Spooky Maiden, Ibito, Spyro and Spark, Scurvy Legs McGee. Why does everyone have, like, the funniest name ever? Why are you guys funnier than me? Rooster! Thank you for the 4 kissy. Level 9 hype train is actually insane. I was going to say something between us. Wait, I was going to say between us is the compliment non-platonic. I was thinking, like, maybe throughout the night, maybe I'll get, like, 1 or 2 5 gifted subs. Kyle wasn't expecting a level... I don't know. A level 9 hype train. I was thinking, like, oh, maybe, like, we can get, like, 5 gifted throughout the night. Like, you know, like, maybe, like, 2 hours into stream. Maybe we can get, like, 1, like, slutty little 5 gifted subs. I wasn't thinking. Oh, okay. Streamer's choice. Okay, Matt gonna get orange. That I had already decided. Bravo Penguin. Bravo Penguin. Words. Bravo Penguin, what color pussy would you like? What's up, Japan? Oh my god, do you notice the blush? Wow, I don't know if I can cry today because I'm like mentally. April's, I'm gonna ban you. April's taking for the 1,000 bits. What the fudge? I'm one of the slutty 5 gifted. Yeah, sure. I don't know if I'm gonna cry today because I'm like mentally like right now, and so I'm like super hardcore masking right now. Hence why I brought the boobies out, because then you guys will be distracted by my lack of good vibes today. My brother's in chat. Anywho, I didn't force her to be here, but yeah, I don't think crying is. April, so I hope you're doing amazing. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. All right, Dad. And Dad can't be here because he's out of town. He knows the risk. Bravo Penguin, welcome back. Bravo Penguin, let me know what color pussycat you like. I have pink for Sushi Guy, purple for Kyle, orange for Mad Eye, green for Rootsy. I don't think I've forgotten anybody, have I? Really? April's, big hugs. Hugs for you and anybody who wants a hug. If you guys don't want it, you guys can double and give to the next person. Braples, I hope you're doing amazing. Also, you're going on front page. Yes, I saw that. Next month. Shinobi, thank you for the 245 bits. What the fudge? What is happening? Japan! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs! To the Bathroom Commander, Joker Punk, Schmack, Lil Dude Yana, and Voxel Voidlane. Yo, Pixel's gonna get drunk tonight! So glad I didn't go live on YouTube today. I didn't feel like it. I was like, I've already been like in a bad mood. And it's like, I just know like 180 is going to say something on YouTube comment section. I'm going to like, already had, I had someone call me. Wait, hold on. So I commented on a friend's YouTube video like 3 weeks ago. And the YouTube comment was that I made on my friend's account. Shout out to the son of Jazzy. We love him. But, where's my screenshots? How do I see screenshots? Oh, here we go. So he made a new upload, and I said, everyone be quiet, my show is on, because it's like an hour or something video. And this was 1 month ago. And then someone commented today, shut your mouth, digital whore. So, D Gentle -Rain, this is for you! But, like, how out of pocket was that comment? Like, no one needed to say that. Sorry. Anywho. Enjoy your lurky turkey, Shinobi. Thank you so much for the biddies. Schmack. Welcome in. Enjoy your subby. How many shots is that now? I'm going to start off with 2. What's up, Juliana? Juliana, I hope you're doing so good. Japan, did I give you a kissy? Mwah. And also, thank you for the 5 stream streak. What's up, internet whores? It's going to be my entrance from now on. Oh, no, it wasn't internet whore. It was digital whore. Which is actually, like, a really funny thing. I kind of want to start calling people that because it's really funny. Thank you guys for the level 9 hype train. What the fudge? There isn't enough of Malort in this house. I have a brand new bottle. Wait, Bravo Peng, what color pussycat did you want? Because I keep asking, and I keep not reading your message. The vet person. It's digital whore is my nickname in college. You mean it isn't right now? That's crazy. And, like, it's so funny because everyone, like that comment, because that's, like, a popular thing to say to people when, you know, like, someone uploaded something, you know? It's like, everyone shut up, my show is on. And it's like, in my YouTube, I don't post, like, weird shit. It's all, you know, normal stuff. So, I don't know. People are mean. Oh, I see. Max says, I'll get that stretch in a minute. I'm an IRL whore. So I am the live action version. Oh my god. What's up, Danger Dan? If I've missed anyone, kisses! Danger Dan, mwah, they give the forehead kissy. Spades! Mwah, they give the forehead kissy. I don't think I missed anybody's kissies. Japan! Let me know what color kitty cat you'd like. I think I have more pink, but I have orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. If you want a pink one, let me know. I think I have some more back there. Oh, I gotta sneeze. I'm really trying really hard not to sneeze. That's crazy. Sushi guy. Whatever you have the most of? Oh, blue. I have like a whole thick thing of blue. Sushi guy, shut up. Bless. Thank you. Sushi guy, thank you for getting us up to chill. And guys, if you guys get this, give this up, enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Mwah. They go with the forehead kiss. These guys, happy Fridays. Anything have any special plan this weekend? I don't know what I got planned this weekend. Streaming. Alright, you guys talk amongst yourselves. I have some pussy to decorate. I haven't seen it! Hold on. Bravo Penguin. Pink! I see. Okay. I see it. Oh, someone asked for a fit check, so I'll go this way. Okay. My last pink Post-it. Also, I'm wearing shorts, so you guys can't be weird about it. You're hanging out with IRL friends. What's it like having Hello, Jasper. What's it like having IRL friends? You're so pretty. Are we about to make out? This is like my favorite outfit ever, and I lost it for 2 months because I shoved it in a laundry basket, and then I shoved it in a cupboard because I didn't feel like but I didn't feel like putting it away. And so that was 2 months ago. I had to go and like backtrack and go through my Instagram, see the last time I posted this picture of me wearing this outfit in order to find out where this outfit was. So, what's up, Shadow Midnight? My cat's name is Midnight. Welcome in, Shadow. Also welcome in, Belly. It's your favorite outfit too? Do you like how I went to wink at you, but I just did this? There you go. I forgot the whole eye part. Oh, pink. Okay, cool. Okay. Everyone shut up. I have to make art. What's up, Willie? Willie, happy Friday. Discord invite! Do we have anybody? Do I have anyone who is available? Oh my god, you put it in the mod chat. Bravo, I'm so sorry. Do I have anyone available to get a Discord invite for ballet? Also, sweetie, thank you for giving a sub to Digital Ho. Thanks, Bravo Penguin. Thanks, bitches. Alright. Oh, hello. Hello, cats. Do you guys see him? No. I'm off work until Wednesday, so I'm staying home. What do you have planned for your birthday? You're off work until Wednesday is awesome. That's awesome, possum. What if this cat is cute? There's a cute cat. Okay. First cat, already cute. Almost as cute as you guys are. Almost. Oh. Cute! Okay, cool. Oh, you know what? That kind of looks like an eyelash. I like that. Ooh, accidental sexy cat. Oh, accidental sexy cat. Oh, hello. Meow. Okay. I'm like weirdly attracted. Furry! She's a furry! Willie, mwah, Mando plays, mwah, think of the forehead kissy. Oh, Belly, if you're lurking, can you send Bravo Penguin, one of our mods, Twitch Whisper, so that she can then whisper you a Discord invite. I was like, I have a little extra money to play. What are you guys gonna do? You guys gonna go out to the bar? Going out for dinner? Maybe nothing much. Do you have like a favorite restaurant you like to go to, Tie-Dye? But I hope you have a very happy birthday if we don't see you. What are you? Astrology sign. Are we in Aries? I think we're officially in Aries season, right? Oh, you know what? I have never made eyes like that before. What is wrong with me? That's so funny. Huh. It seems so obvious. Applebee's and Aries. You know what? I would eat there. I'm joking. I know what you mean. Dweeb! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, enjoy your guys' lurkies. We are going to be playing some Outlast Trials. Ooh, and there are Twitch drops. I think it's like... Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, that's not your tail. That's my phone charger. Why are you sitting so close to me? Oh, do I need to charge my phone? You know, I'm going to anyway. I think it's like 6 hours is for the Twitch drops. Oh no, Step Killer. The meme channel and the Discord meme channel. Thanks so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Oh, I didn't hear that. Lintona, did you hear that? I saw the alert come up, but I didn't see that. 6, 7 hours? Not 6, 7 hours. I hope you're gonna like your cat, sushi guy. Oh, you heard it? Why didn't I hear it? Weird. Well, as long as you guys heard it, right? Sunny! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. I didn't think it was gonna work. It didn't say anything. But did you hear it? Is it too quiet? If it's too quiet, because I think I have all my alerts at like the highest setting, I can remove that one if it's not working. I'm trying to have Mr. Sweetie get a job between y'all, because Kels was like, we can kidnap Pixel. You know what? I think I might be convinced. Maybe, perchance. Maybe. I don't know. I don't want to say anything definitively because I don't want to like cancel last second. I'm trying to make these cats like as dumb looking as I can, and they just keep looking so cute, and I just eat them up. You know what? This one's gonna hold like a little like one of those like little lollipops. You know what I'm talking about, right? Oh, that's cute. Cute. Okay. And then pink Rob. Okay. What's up, Betty? Betty. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, does it really, Lantona? Weird. Are you streaming next Friday? Unless I cancel. But I am scheduled to stream next Friday. Yes. Yes. I'm gonna try to replicate the one I did on this cat because that cat came out kind of hot. Like, yes. Oh! Whoa! She cooked! Yo, there's some cute little kitties. Oh, you guys are gonna love this. Are we indica or sativa? Okay, you know what? I don't remember. I know there's a difference. I don't remember what the difference is. Is one silly and one is, relax? Oh, tie-dye, it is your birthday. Do not come to my silly little stream on your birthday. We as in me. I don't remember which one does which. Yeah, I'm gonna have a shot of Malort and then I have a shot of Pink Whitney. There's so many kitty cats. Holy shit! All right, Sushi Guy, are you ready? Sushi Guy, Otaku. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Ooh. I say body high. Okay, your cat is holding a 6 and 7. Is it focusing? I can't tell. Focus. Wait, 67 forehead kisses? Oh my, there it is. There's the focus. Yo, Chico! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. And then here's Mad Eye's kitty cat where I accidentally made like a little like slutty eyeball. Like look at that. Like hello? Like she's so hot. Look at it! Focus! Alright, pretend you guys can see how slutty and hot she is. Whatever. Why do I hate... Why is this focusing? Oh. Aha! Is it cute? I made like accidental female Disney animal. You know, because, you know, all the girl Disney animals
Bombastic
are like...
side eye.
I heard that.
Criminal offensive side eye.
Thanks, Latona. Haku. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Chico, happy Friday. Happy Friday. Do you guys have any fun planned for the weekend? Any fun plans for the weekend? Move. All right. You go here. You go here. Oh, so cute. Yeah, that one came out really good. Oh, here we go. And then we and Rootsy's got like one of those like really cute like little like swirly suckers that you get from like Disney World or like Six Flags or something. Hey, leave the cat alone, brother. Jesus. And then here's Japan's, where I tried to replicate the slay little eyeballs. And it came out so cute! And I'm thinking, I love it. I'm thinking I kind of love it. And then here's Kyle, who I made silly eyes, but I had never made any that were just up and down. I always made them like side to side. So he is the perfect silly little goofy gooper. They're all adorable. I haven't done Bible penguins yet. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I want to miss another session without Tathril again. I don't know. We'll see what the vibes are. I think I kind of put my whole pixel ussy in these. Oh, they're perfect. I think I put my old pixel ussy in these cats. I'm not gonna lie. All right, Bubble Penguin. Hello, princess. Oh, and then I'm gonna stretch, and then treats for the doggies. Bravo Penguini. Can I draw pasta? Bravo Penguin, you're not here, right? You're not here, right? What's up, Sue? Oh my god. Sue, I hope you're doing so hot, so tall, so talented, so handsome. Bravo Penguin, you're not here, right? You're not gonna see this. Oh, it's so bad! I don't know how to draw pasta, especially not in permanent marker. But, you know. Jasper, you're such a fat fuck. You know that? Just like your mommy. Just like your mommy. Jesus Christ. Why do you ruin everything you touch? You're just like my ex. Truly. Jesus fuck. Anywho. So, oh, I need that. Benny! Benny, thank you for the 5-stream streak! Holy shit. Wait, no way! Are they working? Do you feel better? I don't know how to draw a plate of pasta. But your cat's really excited about whatever the fuck she's holding. Listen, I never said I was an artist, alright? But it's because I call you Bravo Penguini. I thought, like, Linguini. Yeah, listen, I never said I was an artist, alright? Shut up, right? Don't judge me. Don't judge me. Holy catwall, Batman. That's a lot of pussy. Also, cleaned my shot glass. Have a new shot glass. Love the kitty art. It's so fun. I love doing it. I think we're going to do something new for next month, by the way. The Fet. Thanks. Real hard girl shit. Thanks. Thanks, girl. Oh, are you really? I had a salad. I had a fiesta salad from Amazon Fresh. It was really good. She's really good. I need your closet. It's, oh, you know what? Fun fact, I actually have a command for that. Where, oof, you know what? I don't know how much of that is still in stock because it's a pretty old list. But if anybody was looking for links to stuff that I wear, excuse me, I burped. But I haven't updated in a while. But that's like, it's all Shein. It's like literally all Shein. I'm a bad person. Kari! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. All right, let me do a shot. Give some treats. That's okay. That's all right, Sue. Ooh, oh, hold on. Everyone shut up. Everyone shut up. Oh, that's some ASMR. Whoa. Yo, Lil Dudiana. Welcome in. Enjoy your subby. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. Can we have some? Oh, you want some Malort? Oh, Fawn, by the way, since Jasper's here, do you want a cat treat or a dog treat? Lil Dudiana, thank you for your first forehead kissy. I hope you love it. Really? Was it the flame one? You know, I actually got that one because of you. Because I had the blue one, and you got the red one. And I got the red one because I liked it so much in you. It has to be Jasper. Fawn, if you say so. Yeah. Yeah. No, you fat fuck. Take a shot every time Pixel calls one of her pets a fat fuck. Alright, if I give this to you, will you go away? Okay, here you go. Oh, that was crunchy, wasn't it? Wow. That was very crunchy. Good dog. Good treats! Blinkers! Yo, Blinkers, hope you're doing so good. Happy Friday. Also, enjoy Lurky Turkey Achilles. By D&D Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dive Shirt. Oh my god, that's so perfect. Some Guy Fieri. Alright, can you move? Move. We're gonna do a sit-down stretch. Hold on. I've cracked my back twice today on accident. I'm sorry. And they were both really, really, really good back cracks. Oh, there was one when I was in bed earlier today. I wish you guys could have heard it. I wish you guys could have been in bed with me. Hold on. Oh, nothing. It was so good earlier. Oh, you guys would have loved it. Oh, that was a deep one. Hello. But I don't think that picked up on the mic. Damn. Thank you so much for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. I'm doing all right. Just had a shot of Malort. Had to take a shot of Pink Whitney now. We're just all the way over here. Oh, shit! I totally forgot that I had these, chat. I totally forgot that I had these, I almost said Michael Jackson. That's crazy. These Michael Myers, Jason Voorhees. I only had one shot, by the way. These Jason Voorhees Angry Orchard. Shut up, Mira! Shut up! I totally forgot. Should I have one of these? Triple Pink Whitney? I'll do a double Pink Whitney. I don't know about triple. Oh, baby, a triple. Is this one the pumpkin? Headless pumpkin. Pumpkin. I've already had pizza today, so might as well keep having the calories, right? I'm not in a calorie deficit yet, guys. I'm just wanting to. You know what? Maybe that's why it, like, clicked in my head something to do with Thriller. That's so funny. Also, here's the Dr. Pepper that I got on sale. Yippee! We got there eventually. Ah, you dumb bitch. We got there. Thanks, guys. Where's my music? Thank you. Oh, it's so good. If you guys missed it, it's the Dr. Pepper Strawberries and Cream Zero Sugar. So you guys know how soda's like hella expensive right now? I got this on sale for $3.58 in a 12-pack of cans. I got 4 packs. Because I was like, first of all, haven't had these in a long time. Second of all, they're like, I feel like a 12-pack of cans is like, the cheapest is, I usually see is maybe like $5 for cheap. But, hi Tom! Everyone say, hi Tom. You're officially house hunting? Oh my god, shut up. Good luck. Oh my god. I know a couple peeps and poops have got apartments and houses recently. And I hope it all works out well for you. Oh, thanks! You're the second person who noticed. I'm trying something new with my makeup. Oh, really? I can't stand full sugar sodas anymore at my unk age. Alright, should I do a double shot because of the level 9 hype train? 1's in chat for double shot, 2's in chat for just 1. Have you tried cherry vanilla? I don't know. 5, shut up, Fawn. That's confusing. Oh! You're right, that is confusing. I'm stupid. 1 for 2 shots, 2 for 1 shot. You're right. God, I wish I was dumb. Fuck! I wish I wasn't dumb. What's the question? Press 1 in chat if I should do 2 shots. Press 2 in chat if I should do 1 shot. Alright, I'm just gonna do 2 shots. Because clearly I'm not smart enough tonight. Oh my god. This is so gross. Wait, I have to shake it up. I forgot there was glitter in here. Rootsy, where were you 30 seconds ago in my head before I said that? What if I finish this? I'm not going to. Oh, really? I probably had it, right? I was in high school. Are you really? Oh my god. I was gonna have you guys pick my guffle of the day today. Yeah. Oh, Pixel. That was almost a mess. What did we learn, Pixel? You're not a bartender. But you're an alcoholic. Oh, I forgot this was Pink Whitney and I hate it. Oh god, I forgot it was Pink Whitney and I hate it. Guys, Pink Whitney is so ass. Oh, it's so bad. Oh. My lips taste nice, though. I fucking hate Pink Whitney. I hate Pink Whitney. Thank God it's over, though, right? Thank God it's over. Thank God it's done. Oh, my God. Oh, it's over. Gotta get a new bottle? Whatever. My poops will be sparkly. I'll send you a snap. For the record, I'm not going to do that. So to be fair, there was like a little bit left. Holy. Not me saying pace yourself, as Rusi says chug it, the duality of my mods. Alright. Guys, pick.
Pix shout, pix shout, pix shout.
Holy shit! Pain without... You know what? Pain. I'm adding that to my playlist right now. Pain 3 Days Grace. Oh my god. Thank you so much for the 40 monthlies. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes. Your ad-free view and add your sub badge. That's so weird. And just like that, I lost my entire viewership. Circa Bellum. Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Pain. Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. That was a thing? Yeah, Rootsy, now I'm good. That's it, you've had enough? I've only had, like... I'm joking. I'm into it! Stop it! Guys, I finally did my dishes today, which means I finally washed my favorite shaker ever. So, I watched my favorite shaker ever. Guys. Pull! Mods! Mods! Pull! Mods! It might be easier if I do it, eh? This is the sour gummy worms shaker. And it's so pretty. I got you? Okay. Let's do 4 options. Or you could, you know, it'll be easier. I think it'll be easier if I do it. Because I'll have the flavors in front of me. What's G Fuel? Peach Orange Raspberry. Which is the FSU Fuck Shit Up and Critical Role collab. Then we have, oh, why are you not closed? What the fudge? We have Teabagger, which is peach iced tea. And then there's sour green apple, which is Lucky Bite. And then, what else was a really good one that I had recently? Oh! Kumquat, which is the Demon Slayer flavor. We'll do that 2 minutes. I love kumquat. Mix them all together. I have done that ish. Nathan! Oh, I hope you're having the best time today. Thanks, Nathan. Get it, because my turns are out. I still have to make my landing page, Tom. I opened it, and it's like, oh, hello, first name, last name. Would you like to make a landing page? I emailed Eddie and was like, are people going to see my name? You're going to get panned on TikTok again? You're absolutely fucking right. Hi? Hi, how are you? How high are you? Guys, thank you so much for being here. I know I haven't started the game yet, but I will, I promise. I will. You know what? I'm going to open it right now. The game, or the stream's probably going to lag for a second, but that's a me problem, not a you problem. We're playing a game tonight. How long have we been streaming? 48 minutes? Under an hour. Shut up. Yeah. Also, maybe it's a good thing I put the blush on because you guys can't see how, like, drunk face I get. But you guys might be able to see my drunk chest. Actually under 50 minutes. Oh, thanks, Tom. Tom, that means a lot. Thank you. Sour peachy cumberry. You can't see that I'm doing my brows right now. Really? Oh, thanks, Tom. Oh, that really does mean a lot. Thank you. What the fudge? Wait, really? Shabby, what's your high face? I only put lipstick on my top lip, which was new. Very Kim Possible over here. For your promotion. Maybe he'll get one, because it looks kind of working. It's kind of working. I don't have any, what are they called? I don't have any... It's not head mod. Is it called head mod? I haven't elected that yet. Maybe I can have the mods fight it out for it. But I'm pretty sure I can have is it lead mod? I think I can have like up to 10. And I think I actually have 10 mods. How many mods do I have? Somebody count. Sound off. How many mods do I have? And then we lost one. Ah, shit! I still gotta email or message Leah's mods. You can have 10 lead mods. Imagine just lead mod all 10 of you. Oh, wait. But if Leon's Moans does join the mod squad, she's also apply. But if we had 11 mods, God, I would be I would make you guys I would make you guys unmods. Who would be the only non-lead mod? Who would it be? War's the first one that comes to mind. Because it'd be so funny. You. Why are we volunteering? Banished out to normal mod coder would be really funny. The adult tier mod, that's actually really funny. Okay, guys, don't all start volunteering all at once. Wait, hold on, chill. Oh, an anonymous poll. What's for dinner? I had a fiesta salad from Amazon Fresh. It was really good. Hi, Damdoka. Guys, we're gonna play a game. See, I told you guys we're gonna play a game. Also, I faffed about with my camera some more. Let me know if it was okay or not. What did everyone have for dinner today? You guys better have eaten today. Or I'm putting the titties away. Also, speaking of titties, thank you guys very much. Thank you guys very much for all of the gifted subs and all the bits. I really, truly, thank you. Thank you. Because I do have to pay my taxes in 2 weeks. And the month ends in like 3 days. So every little bit helps. I'll drink more. Burger King? Shut up. I'm so mad. I literally had pizza, so. Ritzy, when was the last time you ate? What the fudge? Sue, when was the last time you ate? Bagel cream cheese? Oh, yum. You didn't eat. What did you eat? Chopped cheese? Wait, what's chopped cheese? And how do I get some? I love cheese. Oh, look at my slutty little Twitch drops, guys. Guys, did you guys know you get Twitch drops for free just by watching this stream? Sorry, I keep burping. I ate sleep. Sunny Bansu. I have to pull my stream up so I can get my Twitch drops. Oh, sushi guy. The next person that's nice to me is gonna get put in timeout. Kyle? You heard it, right? Into the cage and go, oh, you're already here! Hello, lovely! Oh, God, so miss you, boy. You're already here. Where's Shabby? I like your face. Somebody ban! Wait. Into the cage I go. Hi, Fancy! Not sure what the threat was, but man, you're a good gamer. So, somebody ban Fancy Man. What's up, father? Oh. Well, now I don't want to ban that. That was way too nice. Oh, we banning people? Yeah. Hope he finds your dad. And her maps are so scary. Sissy, I love Lilia. She is our favorite killer. My favorite killer. Our at Prime at whoa, oh man, she is my favorite.
Howdy.
Oh, I thought I turned this off. This is so annoying, guys. Hold on, I gotta uninstall something really quickly. Do you guys mind if I uninstall something really quickly? Because it pisses me off. Uninstall us? I'll do it. Oh my god! Wait, Sissy, were you playing when it was like a map variety thing where all maps had the option to have the warmth in it? Oh, it pissed me off. I hated it. But like I loved it at the same time. Okay, where is this? What do you mean it's not here? How do I uninstall you if you don't show up in my settings? I'm gonna find you. And when I find you, I will... Oh, I found you. Uninstall. Everyone say bye, Razer Synapse. Everyone say bye. If my stream shuts off, it's Razer's fault. Listen, I love their products. I hate their software. Girl, bye. Uninstall. Because you pissed me off. That's why. Don't ask me for a reason. I will not be nice. It sucked. It sucked. I cannot tell you how many times I died from, like, dumb reasons. And that dumb reason is being me not realizing that I was freezing. Mira, literally me right now. And I've been drinking so much. Razor should have to go take a root. Alright, Sushi Guy. Guys, everybody go follow Sushi Guy. Because no one's allowed to be funnier than the streamer. And this fucking guy is way too funny. So he needs to go. Everyone needs to go follow him. He's pissing me off. Stop being funnier than the streamer. Really? I fucking hate. Okay, hold on. Actually, let's test it. Sushi, or not Sushi Guy. Shabby. There you are. Alright, let's test it. Let's see if it worked.
Hello, friend.
I can do it.
You got it.
No, it opened up! Why is right?
Hey, friend.
Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. I just uninstalled it. Why is it still here? Okay, but like, on God, why is it still here? Why are you here? No. No. No, I don't want to open this. Oh, make it go away. Guys, I hate it here. What is this? You know what? I don't even care. I don't even care. I don't even care. I'll find a way to destroy it. Wait, are we twinning? Oh, are we twinning? Oh, bitch. Oh my God, Shabby, I need you to know that I just edited a TikTok of me looking at your penis. In-game. In-game.
Thank you.
You're welcome. But I just edited a TikTok. It's gonna be going out on Monday. Did Razor Chroma pop up now? Look, okay, Shabby, stand still. Look at that!
Check that shit out.
Check that shit out, Rootsy!
See that? How you doing?
It looked at me first! So yeah, I made a TikTok of me checking out Shabby's penis! And I think I said in the video, I don't mean to objectify you, but whoa! Okay, so anyways, who the fuck are you? Get the fuck away from me. You know what? I feel like if Bravo Peg were to play this game, this is the outfit she would wear. Hold on, come here. Let me look at you. Jasper, stop touching my butt. It's weird. All right, but I really do feel like if Bravo Peg were to play this game, and I don't mean like as a mean thing. I just think that this was like a cute outfit, and I feel like Bravo Peg would look really cute in this. It's a cute outfit. Objectifying me? I'm telling Leon! Wait, you cheat on him? I would never cheat on Leon. What do you mean? You would? It's cute, though. I don't mean to objectify you, but whoa! Alright, so... everyone do their daily free Murkoff box. Okay. Oh, what's our daily tasks? X-ray. Okay, let's put the X-ray rig on. Alright, I'm not gonna lie. Friends in chat. I've been drinking a little bit. So, thank you for the 4 kiss. Yeah, I'll do it again, King Pope. What do you mean? I've been drinking a little bit. I'm not gonna apologize for it. Oh, I forgot to pick a trial. Alright, so, Mad Eye has not done the new trial yet. It's actually not so bad. It's not so bad at all. We'll do introductory, though. I know it's 3 of us, but I think introductory is just fair. Because, like, first time, you know? First time. You know what? YOLO, right? Ayo, what's up, Nubster? Nubster, hope you're doing so good. Thank you so... I don't think I said this, but thank you so much for all your help the other day. Alright. I'm gonna start drinking some Angry Orchard hard cider. Pumpkin. Alright. Perfect. Oh, shit, and about to start. I'm gonna do an ad now, so there's no ad during the game. This one can... Yeah. I really appreciate your help. Seriously. Thank you so much. Because, like, don't get me wrong. Like, there's backseating and there's, like, backseating, you know? But, like, you were being, so, like, kind of normal about it. So I really appreciate you. Who's naked? God, that's good. Wow, that's really good.
You are the electric eye, the ravenous panopticon.
So good. Oh my god.
Consumes with the
Oh my gosh. Headless Pumpkin. It sucks because it's literally March.
face of false
And we have to wait 6 months. Well, I guess like 5 months for Halloween stuff to come back. I'm such a pumpkin slut. What did that guy call me? A digital whore? I'm such a pumpkin whore. I don't know. Digital whore is like such a fun thing to say. But that guy on YouTube called me a digital whore, and I'm still bothered by it. Watch out! It's so good. I love pumpkin. Oh, thank you guys very much for picking my G Fuel flavor. I forgot that I made it, but I didn't drink it. Also, we don't have to change our command of the day because it's the same as Wednesday. Just wanted to drink something that wasn't alcoholic for a second. Oh, ladies. Describe taste. For the pumpkin or for the Critical Role one? Yes, we are, Mama J. Yeah. Chat voted for the peach, orange, raspberry for the one you're drinking. So it has mostly peach, some orange, and like the littlest bit of raspberry. I wish there was more raspberry. It's very peachy. If you like Sonic Peach Rings, it's very, you will like this. But if you don't like Sonic Peach Rings, you are not gonna like this. It is very, very peachy. Yeah, super peachy. You do not like that one? Okay. Yeah, this is really peachy. I'm not, and I like it, but I run it half. Oh, that's true. That's true. That's true. Okay. I love peach. I love butts. I like ladies. Oh shit, I've been drinking. I like peach. I like butts. I'm equal opportunity, like peach and butt enjoyer. The ladies, but oh here, so you guys can see this. Everyone say hi, Bob. Hi, Bob. Be careful, Bob. Guys, I hope Bob's gonna be okay. But it is very peachy, then orange, then raspberry. I really wish it was more raspberry. I really do. I feel like it's like a 9.2 out of 10. It's a 9.2 out of 10, but I think it would make it like a perfect 10 out of 10 if it had more raspberry. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I agree. I'm gonna try to get an A+ this round because we have 3 people. I'm gonna let Mad Eye and Shabby take the brunt of the you know, the bad guys, you know. I don't want to get hurt. They can get hurt. I don't want it. Playtime cooler? Oh my god. Someone in the Discord was saying that we should get a Rasengan 2.0. And I was like, we should get a Rasengan 2.0. Hi, Music Kid! Music Kid, happy heckin' Friday, my friend. I hope you're doing so good. Alright, so, Mad Eye, we see this monitor here, and the exclamation point is the thing that hurts, that's gonna hurt him. So this is gonna hurt him, which means, we need to put this in front of him, and that's the exclamation point. And so, you can turn this on, and that will trigger the thing that's gonna hurt him. And we do this like 3 or 4 times. Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot. We have to go upstairs. I forgot. We have to do this. Where do we go upstairs to the thing? Because we have these codes that we have to do. Oh, it's over here. It's over here. It's over here. So each one, we have to do these we have to do these codes. And there's J11. And then you move that light, and then you find the different codes. Okay. What was that? B05. B05, and then there's one more. L21. L21. And then when you're done, you can put confirm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Cool, cool, cool. And now we can go and hurt him. Wait, which one tastes like cream soda? The Rasengan? What kind of Bioshock is this? This is Outlast Trials. And it's basically co-op Outlast. Go ahead, Matt. You go ahead and do it. I don't want to have his blood on my hands. I don't want to have his blood on my hands. You do it. I don't want his blood on my hands. I wouldn't say it tastes like cream soda to me personally. I would have to try it again though. I still have some. What did you do, Mad Eye? What did you do? Guys, I've been drinking. Did you see that? I did see that. What did you do, Mad Eye? What did you do? Oh, it gets better. Don't worry. Oh, don't worry. Hi, Bob. There's more, isn't there? Yes, Bob, there is more. Bob, are you ready? Are you ready for this? Guys, I cannot wait. You love Outlast, Zenzi. Question for you. Outlast 2, yay or nay? Oh, I don't want that. Thank you, though. I don't want your slutty little... whatever that's called. Oh, wait. Let me put some X-ray on. Yay. See, I still... Oh, uh-oh. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Watch out! I still need to try rewatching a playthrough. I'm not about it. I didn't like Outlast 2. I'm not about it. I do want to try rewatching a playthrough because I haven't watched a playthrough since it first came out and I just hated it. I didn't like it. I did not like Outlast 2. It gave me the ickies and the wickies, the heebies, the jeebies, the yuckies, the wuckies. Like, not in a good way, you know? Not that there is a good way. Are you just gonna be like hanging out here, or... Hold on. Okay. Okay, so the hurdy thing has to go here. Okay, so you need to come here. Are you really? Wait, Musica, did you ever, like, play it, like, to its entirety? Oh, no! No, no, no! I think I saw you tweet or say something about the controller not working. Yes, Senzi! I'm an Eerie creator. I don't know how it happened. But yeah, I do play DVD too. Also, thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate it. You've never actually played. I saw you, I think it was a tweet that you twatted. Something about like how you and Della struggle with like controller, or you could like the controller like doesn't work, like the co-op or something. Alright. What do you mean? Oh no, someone's coming out right here. Okay, you know what? Come here. Wow! Oh no. This is not good. This is not good. Okay, she's not me. That's good. Come here, Muffin. Come here, Muffin. Oh, Muffin. Come here. Come here, Muffin. Come here. Come. Come here. Come here, Muffin Top. Come. Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? Ooh! Who's a good girl? No, come. Yeah, who's a good girl? Yeah, that's right. Infinite loop we got here, lady. We got the infinite. Oh, that's a bottle? Oh, I'm gonna pick that up. Ah! Oh, I didn't know you could jump over that! Wait, you're a good girl. No, remember, you're a good girl. Stop it! You gotta stop, lady. There you go. Ooh, there we go. Oh, there's a big boy. Oh, you gotta stop. Use the spotlight to find the right connection. Wrong connection. What? This killer's definitely cheating. Right? Hacker. Ah! I knew you were gonna vault. Nikki, mwah. Think of the boy kissy. Oh my god, enjoy your lurky turkey, Sue. I'm so proud of you. Truly. Guys, everyone go follow Sue. Make sure you guys are following Sunder After Dark. She is seriously a gem. And so hot, so tall, so talented. And I'm not saying hot just because, like, oh, I'm, like, trying to be nice. Like, she's seriously so hot. Speaking of the hottest person that has ever been here, are you shiitaking my mushrooms? Lynxie, you are seriously so fucking hot. Ah! Oh my god, and everything I wish I was with a twins main. Oh my god, hold on, I gotta find someone to hide. Hold on, I gotta find someone to hide. Whoa! Welcome in, Raiders! Holy shit, Lynxie. I'm so proud of you. Oh my god. Lynxie is currently doing a huge-ass donathon / sumathon. I am not! I don't have... Como do you say? A passport. I don't have a passport. So, I can't leave the country. I mean, I could get a passport, but I don't have a passport. But Nikki, welcome in. Everyone say hi to Lynxie. Everyone go give her a follow. Like, literally my favorite twins main that's ever existed. What's up, Junior? Junior, welcome in. Yeah, I don't have a freaking passport, and I don't think I would have been able to get it in time, and I still have to pay my taxes. So it's like, I feel like I could have, like, put on a credit card going to the 10th anniversary DVD event, but I think because I still have to pay my taxes, I was like, it's either one or the other, right? Pay the taxes and avoid the IRS, or go to the DVD event. And it's so sad because, you know what I want, Lynxie? All I want, like, I was talking to Tom about this. Tom Balti. I was talking to Tom about this. It's like, I would have bought a ticket to go if they would just, like, send, like, I'd pay for shipping for the swag bag, or the loot bag or whatever. Also, 12-hour streams, go. Like, stop talking to me. Go get your post-stream self-care. Go get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eco, pika, poo, go stretch, go drink. I hope you guys had the best time. I'm going to be hanging out in the Discord. The goodie bag. Yeah, I want the goodie bag. But I'm going to be hanging out in the Discord. Pretty much every single one of my friends are going. So I'll be seeing everyone's post. Taxes strikes again. Literally, I just got my PayPal $10.99 today, which is crazy because it's like the end of March, but whatever. I still haven't done my taxes yet, so. But if you guys are new here, welcome in. My name is Pixel. I am a wannabe twins main. I do have twins P100 and Dredge and Ace Visconti. I'm working on Ashley J. Williams, and then after that it'll be Ghostface because they were charity incentives. Otherwise they would be banned. Now what in the Jeeper Golly Gee Whiz is happening? Oh, I'm not clicked onto the game. Alright. Anywho. So anyways. When do you have to do taxes? I had to do it by April 15th. Yikes! So I had to do it by like 2 weeks. So, that'll be fun. That's fine. That's future me's problem. But everyone go follow Lynxie. Back into the locker. Oh, we are playing Outlast Trials. The new Project Judas came out, Season 6 of Outlast Trials. And there are Twitch drops. So if you guys watch a stream for 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours? How many Twitch drops are there? There's, I don't know, some amount of Twitch drops. But you guys get free stuff just for watching the stream, which is pretty heckin' cool. But if you guys need to raid and run, please get your post-stream self-care. I have been drinking a little bit. I also have 3 cats and 2 dogs. Here's 50% of my dog population. Here's 33% of my cat population. I don't have as many cute hats as Lynxie has, but I have some cats. Hi, Pumpkin! Icy. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Also, I have been drinking a little bit, so if I'm a little bit... Hello. If I'm a little bit more obnoxious than normal, that's, you know, it's by design. Oh, thanks, Lynxie! Yeah, I have been drinking because it's Friday. Yeah, I have Boo. Boo is in the Boo beanbag chair. Oh, shit. Oh, God. And then the Jasper is the little kitty cat hanging out right next to me. Girly Pop, you've got to stop chasing me. I'm literally introducing myself. No, wait. Which Resident Evil are you playing? Are you playing Requiem? You're never obnoxious? That just means I'm not trying hard enough. Both are cuties, thanks. I made them myself. Oh, man. You bring it back? Okay, no problem. I was also not doing anything, so you're totally Gucci as Gucci. I think I remember where to go. I don't remember where to go. Oh, I went the wrong way. That's fine. I went the wrong way. Ah! Oh, upstairs. There you go. That's where you go. Alright, so we need the second floor office area and third floor, Okay. I know where to go. I did this solo the other day. I know exactly where to go. What's up, Cold Black Coffee? Cold Black Coffee. Happy, Oh, wait, what do you need? What do you need? I literally don't have it. I literally don't have anything for you. I have batteries, and that's all you have. That's all I have. Oh! Oh, this is great. Yeah. Cool, okay. Ugh, that guy being there is so annoying. So obnoxious. Oh, isn't the jump thing over here? Yeah, okay, look. Oh, wait, you're here. Yeah. You help me. You help. You toss me. Yeah, toss me. Green, I got you. Alright, help. No, you come here. No, you come here. KK! Mwah, thank you for the forehead kiss, see? Oh, okay, so you said you're playing, Red Dead Redemption. Resident Evil 2? Requiem is so good. All I do is watch Resident Evil Requiem speedruns whenever I'm not, like... Whenever I'm not, like... living. Okay, so where do I go? Oh, it's right here! Ah! Please tell me he's not right behind me. Oh, please tell me he's not right behind me. Okay, we need the second floor office area. Okay. Downstairs we go. No! Shit! Yeah, I saw that way too late. I saw that way too late. My bad. My bad! Sorry, love. Alright. What are we looking for? The office area. Office area. Oh, right here.
This looks important.
Alright, so we need batteries. I don't think that's where it's supposed to go, but okay, you do you, honey. Happy Catterday! Happy Catterday. Not for me yet. Happy Catterday for you. Alright, what'd you say? Green? Strip lights. Green. Perfecto. Beautiful. Give treats! Panda Monster, who do you want? Do you want cat or doggy? Where's this? Help climb. Oh, up there? Oh. I don't think I've been over here before. Let's just do this thing. Alright, where am I? I'm just gonna jump down here. You guys mind? Oh, beautiful! Wunderbar. Perfect. Okay. Where's the battery? Oh my god, I almost ran right into you, lady. Oh, you're over here. Hey! Right here, right here, right here. Okay. Alright, I got it. Whoa! Holy shiitake mushrooms. Help is on the way, dear. Help is on the way. I finally got it. Oh, Panda, that's true. That's true. I'll give him a treat. Oh, well, I guess I didn't need all that. Go over here. Oh, well, have a good night, Pumpkin! Pumpkin, thank you very much for stopping by. I really appreciate it, truly. Thank you so much. I hope you have the best night ever. And also enjoy the rest of your weekend. Shabby's back! I would say hi, Shabby. My nose is so stuffy from drinking. It's so annoying. My nose gets so stuffy from drinking. Alright. That, and then, where's my adrenaline? Oh, I had that too. And then, my adrenaline. And then that's good. I'll keep a battery. Meowdy. Pay the pants! Pay the pants. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I approve. I approve these kisses. Also, thank you very much for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I do see you guys, and I do appreciate you guys so much. Thank you guys so much for the follows. But don't worry, I do have anonymous follows, so I shan't call you out. But I'm very, very grateful for the follows. Holy. Almost ran right into that. You know what? I pressed the wrong button. I don't want to talk about it. Oh, I did it again. All right. Who did that? Oh, it's in the wrong way. All right, I went the wrong way, guys. I'm gonna die because I ran into 2 traps. I'm definitely not getting an A+. Oh no. Oh no. Where is it? Where is it? Shit, where is it? Oh god. I found it. I found it. Oh my god. Holy shit. Wait. What? I'm healed? Oh, okay. I'll come see calling myself out. I will come see when you're playing DVD. Oh, I will play it soon. I'm not sure when. What's up? Wife not found yet. Welcome in. Also, Cosmos. Hi, Rachel. This is from Full. I say thank you. Cause we have the Blood Moon event that just started, and oh, fudge toast sticks. Why the hell are you doing that? Why the hell are you here, ruining my day? Cheese and rice. No, I am not. Also, thank. How did you know? Did you smell me? That was rude. I am not taking shots for getting jump scared because I think both I and you guys will die. But seriously, thank you guys so much for the follows. Oh, hello, Charlie. Does Charlie want a treat too? That's a big boy. About a nickel for every time someone said that about me. I'm joking. But seriously, thank you guys so much for the follows. Cosmos, I hope you're doing amazing. But yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe DBD tomorrow, because then we could take like a break from. Oh, we'll definitely do DBD on Monday. We'll definitely do DBD on Monday for sure. A no to recommend, so you know. Oh, to come here? Oh, you're lengthy. Shut up. Thank you guys so much for the follow. Seriously, thank you so much. Welcome in. Hope you guys are getting your lovely Twitch drops. Girly Pop, you gotta let me, like, live my life. You gotta let me live my life. Oh, you're doing that? I'll let you guys do that. I'll take chase while you guys do that. Man, I'm definitely not gonna get an A+ though. Oh, he lengthy. Ladies. Oh, I lost her. Alright. Alright, what are we doing? Oh, glad I could help. I got here just in time. Just in time, 469. Oh, you already got the codes. Oh, okay. Oh, glad I can help. I'm doing it, because I'm going to pretend like I did all the work. You're making a hat? Shut up, what kind of hat are you making? What do they say, Cold Black Coffee? What do they say? What do they say? What? We are taking shots today, by the way, and 5+ gifted subs are 35% off right now. Shut up! Oh my god, I can't wait to see. Are you gonna post pictures, Cosmos? Oh, thank god. I can't wait to see it. Oh god, good schmackle-dackle. Not me, though. I could never. Huh. Shut up. I literally pulled that up Wednesday stream. And I was like... I literally said, guys, I think I saw nudes, but I didn't. We're good. I was like scared for a second. But like in a good way. Like frightened and aroused kind of way, you know? Also, if anybody is new here, I do have some socials. I have TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, etc. So if you guys want to follow, you guys don't have to, but if you guys want to. I do have those. What's your prerogative? You guys can do whatever the French toast you guys want. I really like this level. Oh, you know what? I totally forgot that I wanted to do Lilia's level first. I totally forgot. My bad. I just kind of like went right. Whoa. Oh, excuse the fuck. Girly pop. I'm not doing anything. Shit. I forgot I want to do Lilia's thing first, but I just went straight into Judas. So. Are you being a beverage goblin right now? Fudge. Yeah. Oh, purple kitty. Yeah, 5 or more. Yeah. Oh, Shabby, I don't know if you can hear me, but if you can, when I was doing this solo, I did the first cassette, and then I forgot to grab it, so I converted the cassette, and then I forgot to grab it. And I just ran all the way back to the mannequin, and it said, no cassette. I was like, what do you mean, no cassette? I forgot to grab it. I think they're 35% off until the end of the month, question mark? A payout balance? Panda Pants, do you stream too? Because Twitch does this thing where they will say that you can use your Twitch payout to like do bits and subs. Ends in 2 days? Does March go to also hi Degna. Degna, did I say hello to you, Degna? Are you? Is this month a 30 month or is this one a 31st month? You sneaked in? Hi, honey. Hi, Degna. I hope you're doing very well. Oh! From the Kitten Cafe store. Those pixel pills remove your headache and give you a dopamine rush. And cute little designs for your name. A cute little expression to use. How to get this little goodies really is just subscribe to Pixel for only $5! And Pixel Pills bottle 30 if they had it to use. For the cap works. Are you shiitaking my mushrooms? Miss B, you are so sweet. Shut the front door. Everyone say hi, Miss B! Is it 31 month? Okay. Panda Pants. I love my Pixel Pills. Panda Pants! Panda Pants, you want a purple pussy? Hey. Of tequila? You know what? I don't know if I have any tequila. I'll check though. I'll check. if I don't have any tequila, and I'm pretty sure I don't have any, what is an alternate shot? I have Malort. I have Malort, rum, vodka.
This might help.
All that nobility. The august mission of celebrities mantle. Scandalize and hide.
I don't want Chicago pissy butter. Blah, 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 blah. I'm gonna try to take his aggro.
If you want to know what ugly looks like, you only ask.
Come here. Come here. Come here. I actually just finished all my Pink Whitney. Is that Mr. Krabs? It's not Mr. Krabs. Techno, thank you for the 40 stream streak. Panda Pants, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I'm gonna get your pussycat. You say rum? Oh, okay. Alright. I'll get you your rum. Let's see if Pixel can walk after this. My rum is my strongest shot that I own at the moment. Wait, did you think that the guy with the chainsaw that was chasing us was Mr. Krabs? I'm gonna have to listen to him again. Why has it gotta be the gas man? Alright, it doesn't look like he's gonna come for me. Panda Pants, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Holy shit. I'm doing this sexy cat eyes because ever since I found out I can make sexy cat eyes, I am very happy to be making these sexy cat eyes. Bob! Thank you, Panda Pants Party, for the 5 gifted subs! Thank you so much. We are so close to 1,000! Count them. 1,000. Oh, sorry. 1,000 subs for the month, which is insane. Actually insane. Hui. And regret tomorrow. Fun fact, I don't get hangovers. That's the most lesbian cat I've ever seen. You like that? You like that shit? What are we doing wrong? Did we miss something? Oh! Here, you need this? Oh, I didn't mean to. Sorry. Oh, you got that. Okay, you're good. You don't get hangovers? High five. Okay, so are we missing another one? Oh, this one? Did we do this one? We already did this one. We already did that one. We already did that one. There has to be another one. Yeah, we've already done that one. Oh! Have a good night. Have a good night, lovely Americans. Have a good night, Miss B. Miss B, I hope you have the best rest of your time of your weekend ever. Danny, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Ah, it is this one. Okay, so interesting. So if we have more people, we have to do more stuff. That makes sense, right? Don't forget to drink. Oh, I got you. I got you. I'm gonna drink, and then I'm gonna go pee, because I already have to break the seal. Oh, girly pop, let's not. Yeah, I didn't think I was gonna last. Alright, if he chases me. Ah, shite. We have 3 people here. Four people here. Holy. Okay. No way. No way. No way. Let's go! Alright. Let's go censor the idol. Oh! You know what? I missed that. Alright. Oh, look away if you guys don't want to see Gross. Music Kid, I got you. Right after this. We're gonna escape, and then, I'll take a shot of rum. I'm gonna have to listen again. Wait, why am I crazy? Did I just get crazy while I wasn't even looking? You son of a bitch. I might die. I can't believe that guy crazied me. I cannot believe he crazied me while I was doing the objective. That is so rude. That is so fudging rude. Stretch! Hi, V. This is still not how anatomy works. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Boo! Boo! I'm definitely not getting an A+. I'm gonna get like if I get an A-, maybe, but it's probably gonna be a B+, because I got crazied 2 or 3 times, and I got hurt a bunch too. So probably B+. I'm gonna guess. Oh, B-, pretty close. Yo, Chevy got another A+. Hell yeah. GG's. Must be nice being God's favorite. You did terrible. That was your first time doing it though. You got an A. I got an A my first time too. Alright. Guys, make sure you guys get your Twitch drops. Alright. Holy. Panda Pants, are you ready? Music, are you ready? Thanks, V! V, I put on, blush. Put on blush today. One of your favorite rums is really good. Wait, did you do this new level? With the Judas, for the Project Judas? Guys, I want to pee so bad. Eclipse, mwah, how are you feeling? That's really good. Bacardi 151, shut up. Oh my god, that is an OG. We love Bacardi 151 in this house. My first body shot was Bacardi 151. But we played the hard level. Didn't we do, like, the Lilia mannequin level the first time? Or did we do the witness one with the electric boy? Did you really, Mama J? Shit. Yeah, I like Malibu. Like, coconut Malibu with pineapple Malibu with pineapple juice. Body shots, yeah. So, I did a lot of drinking in college. Dankos! Mwah. They go the 4 I kiss you. Did a lot of drinking in college. We had this thing in college called Pants Off a Clock, where whatever house we were hanging out at, the owner of the house would have the prerogative to say, all right, guys, it is pants off a clock, and everyone would have to take off their pants. College was weird, and I remember taking body shots out of my friends' belly buttons. Also had my first I had a lot of firsts in college, and that's as much as I'm going to talk about because I realized I've been drinking. Vodka tonic? We should do Solve the Murder. Which one is that one? I did do Escape solo. That was fun. Yeah, I got Jasper here. All right, cheers. Oh, really? Okay. Dragon's Head Ablaze. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, Escape was super easy, Shabby. I was able to do it solo, and it was really easy, which is a lot, considering how bad I am. Cheers. Okay. This is a double shot glass, so this is a whole shot. I know, I did a lot of sharing, all right? All right. I'm going to do this. I'm going to go pee. Oh! Yikes. What's up, Legoshi? Legoshi. Happy Friday. Or weekend. Happy weekend. Holy. Oh, my God. I've got a roach saved in the garage for our next break. Oh, I was thinking like a cockroach. Well, I'm going to go pee now. Also, if you know me or know what I look like, the sorority part, I was in a co-op fraternity, but it was for marching band. I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did, Music Kit. Also, Fireball's just gross. Hopeless Buttercup. Mwah. Think we're your first forehead kissy. I'm gonna go piss, girl. I'm gonna go pee. In the meantime, you guys go stretch. You guys go get a snack. Get a bev. I'm gonna go pee. I will be right back. Was there like a oh, there's a trap right here. Ugh! Okay, bye. What's up, brah? Hello. W message. Hello. There's someone in WikiWay, but they don't nearly taste as weird. Interesting. Well, it also might be like an America thing, because like I feel like America's like chocolate is like shit. It's the gates are done? Or not the gates are done. The gens are done? Oh my god. Guys, I touched one generator. Oh. He doesn't want the sauce, guys. He doesn't want the sauce. Kit Kats are so good. Yeah, America just has like really like shit overprocessed garbage. However, speaking of which, hey Raven, if you want to try some American candy, I'll send some to you. Damn. Wait, this heal's going pretty slow, even with a medkit. Oh, I thought you would go for me. Damn, sorry, Pugman. Damn, that's funny as shit. Alright, well, I guess I'll go save my friends or something. Oh my god, I'm gonna step in a trap, though. Kit Kats are good. Kit Kats are always good. I don't think I've ever had a bad Kit Kat. Yo, don't they have, like, a bunch of, like, different, like, flavored Kit Kats? Like, you get, like, a strawberry, like, flavored one, like, a matcha flavored one. I would like that. Oh, God! Did I just... Guys, did I just smack both killers? No! Nah! Did I just get both killers? Can someone go back and see if I got both of them? Oh, no! Ah! I'm going down. I'm yelling timber, you better move, you better dance. Vanessa. Where was the door, guys? Guys, where was the forehead kissy? Also, oh, I'm so sorry. Where the fudge are you getting THC drinks for $2 each, and where can I get them? Because I drink THC drinks every week at my parents' house. I take one THC drink at my parents' house, and I love them so much. But they're so expensive. Oh my gosh, I'm so peanut butter and jealous. Woodman's! Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Did you just go? Shabby, I've been drinking. Hold on, let me check the redeems. Hold on. Yes. Oh, I didn't do a stretch. I didn't do the stretch. Thank you. All right, let me do a stretch. All right, hold on. Let's see if we can do another back crack. All right, let's see. Oh, no back crack. I don't think we're going to get any back cracks. I'm going to do a stretch. I have to be off camera. I have to be off camera to stretch because of the titties. But this stretch is for V. Oh, my back cracked this way, though. That felt really good. Oh, that did feel really good. All of them here in Wisconsin, shut up. Wait, are you losing? Are they outlawing THC in Wisconsin? Look at Boo. Isn't Boo so cute? Hi, Jojo. Hello, my love. Hello, my love. Such a good boy. Thank you for the stretch. I'm gonna steal that dog. You can have him. He's so cute, though. Hi, Baby! Everyone say hello, mother. Hi, Baby! Thank you for the 145 million streaks. Oh, okay, Panda Pants. Okay. I figured you want cat treats. I figured. I have to get more cat treats. I gotta get more. You get fat. Oh, he's so cute, though. Hottest streak ever. 145 stream streak is insane. Raven, I hope you're doing so good. Also, Raven, I've been drinking. Just a wee bit. He beats the cat without me, and I'd do it again. But he did have 2 treats. So the cats have had 2 treats, and the dogs have had 2 treats. So we're breaking even, so we're good. Ugh, I just washed my hands. He's doing the work. You put in the hours to take. What's hours? Okay. Tasks. Did I not do my x-ray one? Ping 3 enemies with the x-ray rig? Oh, I can ping? Oh, okay. Well, I have to use the x-ray again. Okay, what did you say? There was a trial. You said something about, like, oh, is it special therapy? No, that's scavenger. I do not want to do scavenger. Experimental therapy? Oh, I clicked something. I don't think I was meant to do this.
Start. You've been hunted. You've been killed.
My pixel streets are my shots.
It's your turn to wield the knife.
What?
The Murkoff Corporation invites you to join Invasion.
Oh, okay. Can I leave this?
3 agents take on the role.
I don't want this. I do not want to do invasion. I don't want to invade anybody. Okay. All right. Shabby, what are we doing? Oh, solve the murder. I see. Jordan. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Raven, I hope you're doing so good, by the way. If I get ripped like Zarya from Overwatch, who I already look like, would I be unattracted to other women? No. I find buff women very attractive. I'm so weird. I like with men, like, it's so weird. I don't like skinny men. I think skinny men are like, ugh, you know? But it's fine. Like, just because you're skinny doesn't mean, like, you, like, are a bad person. It just means that, like, I just don't, like, you know, I just don't find it attractive. And that's fine. Like, who cares? But I don't find skinny men attractive. And I also don't find, like, super duper buff men attractive. For me, personally, with men, I prefer, like, a little bit of, like, dad bod. Like, a little bit of cushion, a little bit of, like, fluff. I don't know, like, but, like, buff fluff. I think it's, like, my favorite man, right? Like, buff fluff. I've never heard that term before, but I just made it up. But for any men out there that are that are buff fluff, anyways, but with women, I'm like equal opportunity. Like, I don't care. Yeah, Sushi, yeah. Like, with women, I don't care what you look like. You're a woman? I love women. Like, I don't care if you're buff or if you're skinny. Because the thing is, like, I feel like I'm such a switch that, like, if you're buff, like, wrap a collar around me and I'll start barking, you know? If you're, if you're, like, itty bitty little princess, like, sit the fuck down and take this pussy. Like, you know, like, I can feel like I could shut the fuck up. Okay, so you guys know, I'm like, what, I am such, my brother isn't here, right? Rock Dude, I need to know that you're not here. Rock Dude, if you're here, just turn off the stream. Disco Chicken, this goes for you too. Well, don't tag him, that's gonna bring him in here. So I think, I've read this somewhere, Rootsy, that, like, I'm such a submissive. No, you're fine. I'm such a submissive that, like, I will play the dominant role if it makes my partner happy. You know? Like, that's how, like, you know, oh, God, I'm the worst. I gotta stop drinking! So anyways, gifted subs are 35% off. I take shots. Okay, that's off. Yay! Okay, I'm not the only one. Girl, I told you. Look, I've been drinking. I don't fucking know. A service switch. Somebody banned Mama J. Mood! Who said that? Yeah, Panda Pants! Hopper from Stranger Things. Ugh. Who? Oh, God. Who would be my, like, dream male / female? I don't know. I'd have to think about that. You know what? I love what's the word? I love androgyny. Like, I love masculine men that, like, will wear, like, a slutty little mesh crop top, some thigh highs, eyeliner, long hair. Like, I think that's super attractive. I love any sort of, like, androgyny with both men and women, or AFAB, mab. Yeah, thighs and long hair. Yeah, I love androgyny. Yeah. Because spoiler, I'm pansexual. Yeah, Supernova, you get me? You get me. I'm pansexual, so it's like, I don't care where you are as long as you're in the kitchen. I love you. I'm joking. That was a pots and pans joke. I'm sorry. Oh, but, Shabby, you want me to solve the murder, right? I do not like men with long hair. Good. More for me, Panda Pants. More for me. Yeah. All right, I'm going to do introductory, because I don't know what this is. All right, I'm going to drink just a little bit. Do you guys mind? Hi, Irish Queen! Also, you guys hear this? You guys hear this? Guys, I'm so stuffy. I'm so stuffy. All this drinking. So anyways, 5+ gifted subs are... Yeah, get the fuck away from me, Shabby. 5+ gifted subs are 35% off. Shabby, I think we talked about this. Sushi Guy does have long hair, fun fact. Drebin, shut up. I didn't think it would work. Oh my god! Drebin, shut up. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. What the fudge? Drebin, you are so sweet. Yo! If you guys got gifted the sub, enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, ad-free view, and your sub badge. Thank you for giving the sub to Vendrail, Perfection, Music Kid, Dark Knight, and Napster! Holy! Drebin, let me know what color pussycat you like. Pink, orange, yellow, green. Oh, wait, Panda Pants already did yours, right? Oh, yeah, I did. Okay. Drebin, pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. Also, pick a shot for me. Rum, vodka, whiskey, Malort. And that's all I got here right now. Oh, okay, Mad, I'm so sorry. I've been yapping so much, Mad Eye. You can have all the men. Oh, that's right. You're lesbian, right? That's true. Yeah, I'll take all the men. Blue one and rum. Man, you guys want me to get drunk. Also, I could see the Drebin, or not the Drebin. The blue matches your username. Does that make sense? You're fine. No worries. Okay. Man, you know who you know how I am. All right, let me get this pussycat really quick. Capital D, Drebin 901. But seriously, from the bottom of my butt, because it's bigger than my heart, thank you so much for the 500 subs. Truly. Thank you so much. We are getting so close. We are 50 subs away from 1,000 subs. What do you guys think? If we hit 1,000 subs, Pixel does a 12-hour stream sometime next week. What do you guys think? I'll do it. Think I won't? Think Pixel's incapable of love? 950 is crazy. I'm glad you guys are drinking with me. Oh, I had a nightmare about my ex last night. 1,000 Saj? Girl, you want me to die? Dreven, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Yes, I think I can. Because I was thinking about it while I was peeing, Kyle. I was like, if we hit, if. I'm not saying when. If we hit 1,000 subs, I can do a 12-hour stream next week. It's cute. It's almost as cute as you are. I'm joking. But I'm not. You guys are all cute. Ooh, okay. Well. And some scotch? What's a low ball? Hi, sushi! Oh, sushi? You guess what I'm thinking about. Hi, slushy! Hi, slushy! So get to prepping. Shut up. Guys, everyone go follow DJ Slushy. DJ Slushy who's going to the 10-year DBD anniversary party, whatever, with his whole family. Whatever. Banning, shut up. I got DJ Slushy and sushi. I got sushi on the brain. Cheers. Oh, I got kicked. Oh, I just got taken out of the game. Okay. Oh. Oh my god, thank you so much for shout out for sushi. Slushy! Fuck! Hi, Cobalt! Everyone say hi, Cobalt. Man, Sushi's guy's gonna get a complex because he knows I'm oh, thank you, Angel. Sushi guy's gonna get a complex. He knows I'm thinking about sushi. Woo! Hello, love. So what are we doing? Killer weapon room. Find a killer room. Find red generators won't stay on for long. Restart. Oh, I already know that. Scenario confirmation. Shut up. Curly Pop, who hurt you? Gabway! Gabway, what? Think of the forehead kissy? Okay, Bravo Penguin, who hurt you? DJ Sushi here. I'm gonna ban you. Oh no, all my sushi places are closed. I know. I've looked at time. They're all closed. Bravo Penguin, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Let me know what me is crazy. Let me know what color pussy you like. Also, if you guys got gifted a subby, make sure you say, thank you. Wait, I'm coming. Oh, I'm not coming. I'm scared. I hear sounds. I know, Irish Queen. Purple? Okay. Ooh. Ooh. What is this? Listen, I could be thinking about sushi and sushi. Ooh! Guy. You can't stop me. I want that. There we go. Oh shit, I dropped my thing. Wait, hold on. Ooh! Wait, hold on! Lilia! I have no clue where I am or... I hear her! I hear her! I hear her! Ah! Help! How are they? Oh, here we go. I know where we are. All I hear is what color pussy? Yeah, sure. Irish whiskey. You know what? Fun fact, my dual... No one cares about. But fun fact, I'm learning Scottish Gaelic for anyone who cares. What do you mean? What do you mean? Mwah. Also, Dwayne, mwah, Vanessa, thank you for the 5 stream streak. What the fudge? All right, so I don't know what we're supposed to be doing. Woo! Oh, Shabby says, come here. And I'm a good little listener. I'm a good little listener. Antler, rolling pin. Oh, we're supposed to find them? Like a scavenger hunt? How do we find them? Take Bad Eye, not me. Idiot. But not inside Bear Door. Outside Bear Door. This is Bear Door. Oh, you pinned a location. I don't get it. I have no idea what we're supposed to be doing. Is Rainbow? I don't think so. Ah, shit. I can unlock that door, but like later. Jesus. Alright, let me unlock this door. Oh, my bad. Purple, I got you. I got you, homie. Oh, wrong side. Ah! Girl, bye. Oh my god. Girl! You're breaking my balls. Oh my god. What is happening? That's one nasty motherfucker. Alright, well, I got my challenge. And that's all that matters. Oh, God. I was not paying attention. I was reading the email. Ah! I have no idea what we're doing. I, like, literally have no idea. Like, I know Shabby said we need to find, like, this stuff, but, like, I don't know how and where? Like, you know? Oh, here's the entrance. Okay. What is this? Oh, shit. Oh, thank you, Outlast Trials, for being the stupidest game that I've ever played. Since when does running through a door mean you close the door? You stupidest fucking game I've ever played. Are you joking? Staff only, bitch. All right. Dwayne, what the fudge? Thank you so much. Dubster, please. Please help me. Dwayne, thank you for the brand new tier 1 sub. Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. That really helps me so much. Truly, thank you so much. What the fudge? What do we use this this black light for? Nightshade! Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kiss. Yo, JPEX! Enjoy your gifted subbie! I don't know what to do. For the fountains? Oh! Oh my god. Okay. Wah! I'm gonna crash out. Thank you. Matt, I don't know what I would do without you. Thank you so much. Alright, beginning area. Find the weapon room.
Can't believe this kind of shit happens in a nice neighborhood like this. You got to find this thing.
A code? What do we need codes for?
Goddamn animals. Murder somebody in cold blood.
Oh, you shy minx, you. Yes! Oh my god, Torvis, yes! We got Twitch drops. We had like there's like 6 or 7 new Twitch drops.
Somebody's got to hunt down the guilty party. Come here.
Oh, okay, Chevy says come here. Follow the blood trail? I've been seeing a lot of blood. Oh shit, this one went out. Oh, this is what we need it for. I see. Oh, that's cool. Oh, I see. Interesting. Whoa, look at this. It just keeps going. It's so cool. Where does it lead? Who knows? I think we're being chased. I can't tell. That's the murder weapon. Oh!
You see that?
What does it mean, though? What does this mean? One. Oh, the keypads. So we put 1. Does this mean 082 is something? Does this mean 082 is important? I don't know. I don't think we followed the wrong way. I don't know where the start was. Oh, this looks like the start.
This isn't a sinking killing.
7? What does a 7 mean?
There's a killer on the loose. You got to find him before he strikes again.
Oh.
Goddamn animals. Murder somebody in cold blood. You got to find who did this.
I have no idea. I have no idea. Yeah, so apparently it's only one number. I've been drinking way too much for this. Oh, the fudge!
You have something more private in mind.
Wait, think of
no?
the 500
No,
bits! I'm gonna put you in
imagination
timeout.
fill in the
I'm
gaps.
doing that shit. What the fudge? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 500 bits. Oh, 6!
Check that shit out.
I don't know what it means. Wait for the 6. I haven't drank enough for this. I've drank too much. Shabby, no. Oh. Ah, shit. Water. Fun. Why are you gonna be so responsible? How about I drink some tasty G Fuel in water? Yo, the Dragons! Yo, thank you so much for the 3 monthlies. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Thank you so much. What the fudge? Yeah, exactly. Exactly pants. Exactly pay to pants. You get it. 6. Oh. 1. 7.
This neighborhood used to be so nice. Then something like this. You got to find the killer. Goddamn animals. Murder somebody in cold blood. You got to find who did this. Nobody deserves this.
Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do. Oh, thanks, homie. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. So it's 1, 6, and 7.
Nice neighborhood like this. You got to find this sicko.
Well, I've already done 1, 6, and 7. We've already done 1, 7, and 6.
It's just gonna keep happening until you find who did this. This neighborhood used to be so nice. Then something like this. You got to find the killer.
If not, that one.
This isn't a sanctioned killing. It's just gonna keep happening until
Guys, help me. Help me. Thank you. Killer is 1. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought.
you got to find who did this.
Killer is 1. But I've already done the other options of 6 and 7.
Can you believe this kind of shit happens in a nice neighborhood like this?
Oh, I have hide and heal. Hold on. Right? Can I heal one? Yeah, yippee. But we already found a 6 and a 7. And I already did 7, 6, and we did 6 and 7.
You believe this shit?
Are there more than 3 numbers?
Loose. You got to find him before he strikes again. Goddamn animals. Murder somebody in cold blood.
Everybody
You got to find who did this.
Mad Eye seems like he knows what he wants. I trust him. Because what's this? What's this? What's this rum? The trail was location, so room is 1. Someone else should push the button. I'm not going to push the button. Banana is okay. Oh, what do you mean? The fudge? What am I stuck on? Oh, okay. We're fine. We're all cooked. I like pushing buttons. Yes, sir! What the heck? I don't get it. So, the only numbers I've seen are 1, 6, and 7. Unironically.
Somebody's got to hunt down the guilty party.
Are there more than 3 numbers that we can find? A skull. Skull! I would ideally like to live. Ah, nah. The skull shot. Boom. Ah! Wait, I have to pee. Don't do that. Guys, I gotta break the seal. Don't scare me. Alright, this is 1. Well, this has to be the weapon, right? Because we follow blood here. I don't know. What does that mean? The numbers, Mason. What does it mean? Crime scene? You're a crime scene. 9, 8, 8, 9. Find the killer. Do these numbers mean anything? Oh, we have another number. There's more numbers. There's more numbers. Where is the bell? But oh, now we know there's more numbers. So now we have a 6, 7, and an 8. Do I get healed from this? No. Hi, Beth! Beth! Happy Friday! So we have 6, 7, 8. Ooh. Ah. Ah, poo. Yeah, that's alright. You drink that. You drink that and you think about, oh, ha! I'll drink this! Yeah, there's gotta be some sort of, like, distraction numbers. But 8 is the only extra number that I've seen. So we have 1, 6, 7, and 8. So, would you guys say 1 is killer?
Before he strikes again.
I'm pretty sure 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, good. 1 is killer. Okay. I mean, you buy more booze. Are you talking? Are you making fun of me? How did I hit that? I have no clue what's going on here. I'm gonna guess another number. Watch this, watch this, watch this. It's right. Alright. It's not 168. It is not 168. It is not 168. Alright, I'm gonna try 178. Someone's gonna have to revive me, though. Someone's gonna have to revive me. You guys ready? Alright, it's not 178 either. It's not 168, it's not 178. It's not 167, it's not 1786. Alright. Oh, you said room? Room is 1? Alright, and then let's try 8. 6. Alright, you guys are gonna heal me, right? Alright, it's not 681. You guys are healing me, right? I'm gonna get an F, but it's fine, because we're gonna figure it the fuck out. Alright. Is it 7, 8, 1? It's not 7, 8, 1. Oh my god, Belly and Jay Lurky Turkey! It's not 7, 8, 1 either. That's right, we have more options. We have more options. Alright. Is it... Nah, I'll just keep dying. I don't remember. Shit, I don't remember. What if we stop pushing the button? Then we can't progress. Shit, I don't remember. What have we done before? I don't remember. Shoot. I don't remember what we've done so far. I've already blacked out. What do you think? It's not 781. Oh, okay, so it's not 671. It's not 6. Okay. So do you think it's 8, 7, 1? It's not that one either. Help me. Help me. Help me. Look is crazy. You know what? 8, 1, 6. AK! I got you. Mannequin with missing arms? Oh! Oh! Fun. No way. Oh, is that how that works? Yeah, but the thing is, I don't believe them because I've tried all the other numbers. That is actually pretty crazy that you got 6, 7. Alright, is there a mannequin here with no arms? Oh, there's nothing in here. Killer is 2. Oh, you found another number! Shut up, killer is 2. Okay, I'm going in. Killer is 2. Alright, so now there's 5 numbers that we found. There are literally 99 other numbers before that one. You haven't tried all the other numbers you figure out. No, I have. You guys didn't tell me. I asked, and you guys didn't tell me. So I was just trying numbers that I know. We know 6, 7, 8, and 1. And I tried all the other combinations. So I went to a different one. Alright, so weapon. So we're looking for... Oh, hey, watch out. We're looking for a room that has this, candle thing in there? A bell. A bell. Cool Cam! Mwah. They give the forehead kissy. You have to follow the blood trails till they stop. Well, we found one. And it stopped at that, like, one room. Well, I haven't seen the number 9. At least not that I've seen. Guys, I've been drinking. Dude, I need you to shut up. Guys, I'm gonna start typing in random numbers again. You can't stop me. I'm gonna start typing in random numbers again. Alright, they're pinging something. Yes, help me. Kill the mannequin. What do you mean? 5? 5 is the last one? I'm gonna do it, but someone's gotta be here to revive me when I inevitably go down. Weapon is 5? Alright. Guys, I did it all by myself! I did it all by myself without anybody helping me. Oh, we can leave. Cool. I'm so glad I did it all by myself. That's awesome. Yeah! Yeah! Let's go! So I'm gonna get an F for all the times it went down. Oh, you son of a bitch. I'm gonna get an F for all the times it went down, right? I'm definitely not getting an A. To be fair, I sacrificed myself. To be fair, I sacrificed myself very bad. Yeah, incapacitated. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Everyone say thank you, Mad Eye. Mad Eye, I hope you have, if you're leaving, I hope you have the best night. But thank you so much for playing. Unless you want to keep playing, I'm not going to make you, but I do have to pee again. Guys, I broke the seal. Orf, orf, orf. Oh. I can speak Scottish Gaelic. How much have you learned? Not a lot. I have, hello, Hamiski, Hanil, me Sporso. Can I go pee, Mad Eye? Is it okay if I go pee? I don't want to like keep you. The escape one's really easy. It was super easy for me. Okay, I have to go pee. Do you guys mind? Of course. I ask you when you've been drinking. Yeah, no, I don't know that. I don't know drink. Alright, guys. Do you guys mind if I go pee? Do you guys mind if I go piss, girl? What if Mad Eye said, no, you can't go pee? Well, then I'll just say goodbye to him now. Alright, I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. I'm gonna play an ad. So there's an ad now, no ad in game. I'll be right back. Nobody do anything funny while I'm gone. At least not until I come back from pissing. Was there like a trap? Oh, there's a trap right here. Okay, bye. love you message. There's someone in WikiWay, but they don't nearly taste as weird. Interesting. Well, it also might be like an America thing, because like I feel like America's like chocolate is like shit. The gates are done? Or not the gates are done. The gens are done? Oh my god. Guys, I touched one generator. He doesn't want the sauce, guys. He doesn't want the sauce. Kit Kats are so good. Yeah, America just has like really like shit overprocessed garbage. However, speaking of which, hey Raven, if you want to try some American candy, I'll send some to you. Damn. Wait, this heal's going pretty slow, even with a medkit. Oh, I thought you would go for me. Damn, sorry, Pugman. Damn, that's funny as shit. Alright, well, I guess I'll go save my friends or something. Oh my god, I'm gonna step in a trap, though. Kit Kats are good. Kit Kats are always good. I don't think I've ever had a bad Kit Kat. Yo, don't they have, like, a bunch of, like, different, like, flavored Kit Kats? Like, you get, like, a strawberry, like, flavored one, like, a matcha flavored one. I would like that. Oh, God! Did I just... Guys, did I just smack both killers? No! Nah! Did I just get both killers? Can someone go back and see if I got both of them? Oh no! Ah! I'm going down. I'm yelling timber, you better move, you better dance. Where was the door, guys? Guys, where was the door? I'll have you guys know. Oh no, I'm that I totally forgot to get Bravo Penguins pussy for the 10 gifted subbies. Cause I was supposed to get her a purple pussy. Jam, what the fudge? Right what? Jam, for tier 2? Why? Why? Think for the tier 2. What the fudge? Think for the tier 2 sub. Enjoy your 100. Count them. Your 100 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. What the fudge? Also Lapis. Mwah! Think for the 4 kiss. You guys want to do escape, right? What is happening? What is happening? Oh, I thought I played the ad. Sushi Guy! Oh my god, Sushi Guy with the VIP seal. That's crazy. Oh, I can't spell sushi. Enjoy your VIP. All right, I need to get this. Hold on. I need to get this this X-ray off my thing. Hold on. Jammer. There we go. Oh god. What did I say? Escape? Escape. You can't do tier 2. Oh my god, please never sub on the mobile app because it's like $1 million more. We're gonna do introductory. You guys mind? It's like $1 million to do anything on the mobile app. I think bits are normal, but everything else is rough. Yeah, it's awful. It's waffle. Alright, I gotta do Bravo Penguins on pussy. All I have is mobile now! Goldfish crackers. Goldfish that tastes like butterbeer? Shut up. Is that good? Because, like, isn't butterbeer supposed to be sweet? Is it like a sweet and salty kind of thing? Yuck. I'm not here to yuck anybody's yum. Bravo Penguin. Sorry I forgot your pussy. I like this one because he looks like he's dead inside. Like me. Sticky. Sticky. Bravo Penguin, silly little kitty cat. Would it still be that much if I did this? Oh, you know what? I want to say it would be different on a browser. I want to say. But I'm not sure. Oh, no, you're good, Shabby. I appreciate you. I just want to make a silly little... What are you doing here? I'll make a silly little kitty cat. Why is it sticky? No, I totally get you, Dwayne. Totally. Totally. Ugh. Wait. Bravo Penguin Princess. Oh, wait. Never mind. What we said? Be right back on stream. Or in my chat. Wait, hold on. I want to play too.
You are the wayward child, tempted by wicked influences.
Am I going the right way?
You still obey Father. Don't think of this as a loyalty test.
Oh, we should go to the left first. I know we should go to the left first because I have my reasons for going to the left first.
We've always known which way betrayed us.
Oh, okay. So when I did this, they have the thing where like you search for someone and then you track them and then you blow them up their brains. On the left side is the permanent, like you don't have. Left side's better, right side is not. I'll take the right side because the right side's harder. So you guys can go left. I'll go right side. You'll see. You'll see. It's hard to explain. Right side is harder.
I'm not ready.
Here it is.
Oh, somewhere deep inside of these bones.
Oh wait, I have my permanent things. Oh shit, did I just lie to them? Oh, I feel so bad if I just lied to them. It's a win! Dwayne, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. What's up, Yup Yup? Yup Yup, I hope you're doing amazing. Happy Friday, happy weekend. Thank you for giving subs to Cool Cam, Kiz Jaime, Lagorin, Nabako, Vanny Blue. Yo, let me know if you want a pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, or purple pussy. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. What the fudge sticks? Oh, I've heard of that Cobalt. I've never played it before, but I have heard of that. Are you having the best time? That's what matters. I can't find anybody. Oh, is this the lights? Oh, here we go. Ah! Okay, this happened to me last time. What am I getting shot by? Like I got like shot by like invisible things. Oh. You know, maybe it's RNG. Franco? But I don't see him. Where's bitch at? Mile away. He's a little bitch. Oh, here he is. You know, maybe it's different because I'm playing to 3 people instead of 1 person. Maybe it's different. Are you kidding me? Dwayne, you were way too kind. Pink or purple? You choose between 2? Oh, I feel like we have like equal opportunity between, or equal numbers between pink and purple. I'll do purple. So I think we have slightly more pink than purple. I have to go downstairs. I'll do purple. Don't let me forget. Thank you so much, truly. I can't tell you how grateful I am. We are coming really close to 1,000 total subs this month, which is insane. 1,000 subs is like a stupid big number, and I'm just like gagged. Listen. Wait, what colorblind are you? I actually know a lot of colorblind homies, so you're not alone. Don't be nice to me, sushi guy. Oh, I've got completely zeroed out. Hold on. Grab that. Whoa. Oh, zeroed out again. 1. Oh, really? Red and green. Holy shit. Oh. Can't go there. Back at 0. Now we're at 1. 2. 3. 4. 3. 4. 5. He's right here. Where? In here? Oh shit. Really, Dwayne? Oh shit. Pay him. Wait, so how many people are colorblind in here? I'll be nice and you'll like it. Me? Never.
I'm not afraid.
Hello.
God, no.
3, 4, 5. Oh, he's in here. He's right there. Oh, where'd he go? Did you guys see that? He like teleported away. That was so funny. What the fudge? Okay. Downstairs. I got a 1, 2, 4.
Section A completed.
I'm almost done with mine. Oh, really, Cobalt? Yo, what's up, Lab Rat and Bloom? Yo, welcome in, Raiders! Holy shit! Yo, welcome in! How was your stream? Wait, hold on. Let me get a shout out for you. Lab Rat and Bloom. That is such a fun name. How was your repo? Oh my god, everyone go follow Lab Rat and Bloom. Lab Rat and Bloom. Welcome in. Oh, I went the wrong way. Welcome in, Raiders! We are currently playing... What am I playing? Outlast Trials! We're currently playing Outlast Trials, and there are drops right now, too. So if you guys like free shit, that's pretty cool. We like free shit, right? Right? We love free shit. You think... Oh my god, Labra, I cannot tell you how many times this happened to me. How's Boo? Oh, Boo's doing fantastic. He's sleeping. He's sleeping. Labrat, how was your stream? Oh my god, everyone go follow Labrat. Also, if anybody needs to go raid and run, please make sure to do so. Please get your post-stream self-care, get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, nammies and babbies, ika pika puka, stretch, go shrink. Also, thank you very much for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome. Oh my god, welcome in. How was Repo? You know what? I still don't think I've ever played Repo. No way! Look at hell yeah. W last Twitch drop. Hello. Hello. Sorry, I'm here. Oh my god, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in! Thank you so much for the raid! Oh my god, wait, what was your computer doing to you? That's very rude. Very rude. Oh wait, this is different too. This is different. Because I had the blood. So this is different. Solo. Oh, she wants me, guys. Alright, you guys do the stuff. She wants me. Yeah, it's me. Alright, you guys do the stuff. I'll just bug her about. Are you kidding me? No! Oh, that's so frustrating. I've been there. Also, look at, they go the 5 stream streak. I really appreciate that. Also, I have been drinking a little bit tonight, so sorry if I'm a little silly willy goofy goober. I ain't gonna hold you. It was a lot easier when I did the solo. I don't know what this puzzle is. I didn't even get a chance. I don't want to kill Millie. Well, you got to. Because this thing's gonna kill me. So why don't you go ahead and kill her before he kills me? But why was it me? Why was it me? You're gonna have a beer. I'm actually drinking an Angry Orchard hard cider, pumpkin flavor, from the, oh shit, guys. Oh god. Oh my god, that was scary. From the Jason Voorhees collection. Really? I'm drinking the pumpkin. This is my least favorite child. Really? I love Amelia. Well, she's dead, so look at what you did, Shabby. Look at what you did. Look at what you've done. This is cool though, right? So I said Michael Jackson the first time. And then I was like, Michael Myers. I was like, wait, no. This is definitely not Michael Myers. It's Jason Voorhees. Whatever. Act like you know me. Alright, let's see. Is she gonna chase me again? I wonder. I had to make sure I didn't say it wrong. I'm excited to play the new map on here this weekend. Oh, it's good. Oh, the new map is so good. Alright, let's see who she chases. Who is she chasing? Please not be me again. It's not me. Oh, thank God it's not me. Oh, thank God it's not me. It's very fun. It's very good. What's up, Chipset? Hi, Patorti. Patorti. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. It's Mad Eye. Wait, so even if she doesn't like, oh! I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Actually, I was gonna say even if she doesn't go for me, does she still like? Can she still one shot kill me? I don't want to test it anymore. I don't want to test it. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. What? Can she still one shit me? I already got an A+, so I'm good. Yo, GG's. See, isn't this one super easy? It's super duper easy. What did I get done by? Damage? Oh, I think I wouldn't have gotten A+ if I didn't take that one last hit by the Jaeger. One shit kill you, that's true. You get like nothing for doing this level though. That's alright. It's alright. Because you can just do this level over and over again and keep killing her over and over again. A kick in the balls, Lord Drop, really? Oh, that's all this. This is a very fun level though. Because it's very easy. So when I did it solo, Shabby and Mad Eye, remember where you had to collect hearts and you had to fill it up with blood and it showed you an injury and you had to throw hearts at the signs of the items that protected that certain injury. So like the picture of the eyeball getting stabbed, you had to throw hearts at the safety glasses. So that's what I had when I did that solo. Whatever level you, or whatever thing that you guys just did, I did not do that last time. So I don't know if it's RNG for every time you go into that game it's something different, or if it's based on how many people are playing the level. Because I think that's very interesting. But yeah. But you burned her or you drowned her? Burned. No. Sorry. I drowned her in blood. I drowned her in blood. I did not burn her. Also, bye, Mad-Eye! Mad-Eye, thank you so much for the games. Everyone say, thanks, Mad-Eye. No, thank you! I hope you had so much fun. Truly, thank you so much. And thank you so much for the subbies. If you're going for the night, have the best night ever. If you're not going for the night, enjoy your lurky. Also, oh, do you guys want to hear something fun? So look at my nails. So I have not been diagnosed for this, but I'm very, very suspicious of me having that, what's that one? Hyper angle something disorder. I don't know. Mad-Eye, or not Mad-Eye. Music Head or Spades would know. Hyperdanglus something disorder, whatever. You're hypermobile and you got like issues. So I have really thin nails, like where like you bend them forwards and backwards and they're really thin. And I've been using nail strengthener on my nails, and look at how long they're. Ignore this one because this one just broke. Ignore that one. But like, look at how long my nails are. This is like the longest. No, not hollow. I don't own any hollow talk, and I'm very sad about it. But this nail's actually about to bite it, so I'm gonna go peel that off. But like, look. I'm peeling this nail off. That's how thin my nails are. No, not ADHD, but I do have ADHD. That I'm diagnosed. I'm diagnosed ADHD and autistic, and what am I diagnosed? ADHD, autistic, depression, PTSD, and anxiety. But it's called like Anglo something disorder. It's like, I don't know. I'll have to look it up. I've never been diagnosed for it, but I've never like tried getting diagnosed for it. I suspect I have it. Damn, Ma, pick a struggle. No, but really. Yeah, that's the one! Ehlers-Danlos? Yeah, the one that's like you're hyper fucking mobile or something. I don't know, TikTok diagnosed me. When it comes to my room, yeah, in a second. Only because, yeah, EDS, that's the one. They are Cobalt! Also, welcome back, Bravo Penguin. I forgot your pussy, but I remembered it. Also, Bravo Penguin, what color pussy or not what color pussy, what shot do you want me to do? What shot do you want me to take for you? Damn, pick a struggle. So, here, let me give you some context for that. Hold on. What is it? Here. So, this channel trailer I'm about to show you is the channel trailer that I made and edited for the Dead by Daylight Into the Rainbow event. So it's like their Pride event that they do for June. And I think it was like 2022 or 2023, they invited me to participate in the event, which is pretty fucking cool. It's like the hugest thing ever. And I played this trailer. And I'll tell you in a second.
Hi,
hold on.
my name is Pixel Kitten. I've been a content creator for over 10 years and a Twitch partner for over 3. I'm a full-time content creator, and my slogan for my stream is,
was it this
Hi,
one?
I'm Pixel Kitten.
It was
I'm a
this one.
full-time
Sorry,
Dead by
it was this
Daylight
one.
And variety streamer. I play a lot of video games poorly, and I stream it on the internet. It's me every other time, but this match, I'm definitely MVP. My pronouns are she and they, and I am both pansexual and asexual.
Oh my god. I'm gonna step into a trap. Oh!
Wait, actually, I'm gonna flashlight this. Watch.
Also, I did this in like less than 24 hours. With heads up, because that was a backup at first.
I also describe myself as a AAA threat because I have anxiety, ADHD, and autism.
And that's when the person in the Dead by Daylight Twitch chat who was watching on Dead by Daylight said, "Damn, Ma, pick a struggle." And that has been the funniest thing that anyone's ever said to me. And so whenever anyone says, "Damn, pick a struggle," that's just like our little like inside joke because it was really fucking funny. Also, Duncan! Think of the forehead kissy. I love Ace so much. Ace is my man. Hi, Soul Parrot. Hi, Freya. Hi, JPEX. Welcome in, everybody. Freya. Mwah. Think with the forehead, Kizzy. All right, let me see your room. Let me see your room. Oh, you're inside me. Hi, Jay. Jay, happy Friday. Also, I think you were gifted a sub today. I think. I don't know. I might be blacking out. Wait, Bravo Penguin. Oh, that's my room. Why is your room so nice? I want this room. Oh, you did? Sorry, Jay. I missed it. Man, did I miss it again? Shut up. Oh, my God. Oh, wait. What shot do you want me to take for your 10 fucking gifted subs? Also, look at how small this... Look at how small... I just broke this nail right now. Okay, but every other nail is, like, so strong. It's, like, the longest my nail's ever been. Guess what? Chicken butt. Also, enjoy your lurky turkey, Supernova. I'm so bummed. My nails were so long, and now they're super fucking short. Oh, I have, I don't have pink vanilla. I have vodka, whiskey, malort, and rum. Oh, I also have the Biggie Balls, too. Let me drink some water, actually, while I'm here. Some vodka? Yeah, I'm joking. Freya, shut up! Oh my god! W Freya kiddo. That is so exciting. I'm so happy for you and your kiddo. Oh my god. What's up, the Joker? The Joker, happy weekend. It makes you, oh, because he's growing up. Would I? Yeah. Here's some 3 olives. A Lupe? Oh, how old is your kiddo? Joker. Mwah. Think of the forehead, kissy. Oh, okay. Chill on it, Pixel. God. Chill. We drinking? Oh, we drinking. Where are the 3 olives? You know what? I actually have some green olives upstairs. They're something stuffed. Blue cheese. They're blue cheese stuffed green olives I like to eat with my brie cheese because I'm a fucking fancy bitch. He's 2, will be 3 in December. Oh, my baby. Magical check. Mwah. Think of the forehead, kissy. We are... What does this number say? Does that say 966? Is that what that say? I don't know. My screen for my stream is so small. Does that say 966? How close are we to 1,000? Oh, she bougie. 966! We are 34 subs away from 1,000 subs. And I will do a 12-hour stream next week. L'chaim. Swole nerd! Mwah. Think of the forehead, kissy. Ugh! Thank you for the follow. I have anonymous follows on, but I see you. Woo! And I appreciate you. Welcome in. Shark cutie. Oh my god, sushi guy. You better stop it. That's a fucking bullet. Whoa, you got the thing. Oh wait, I haven't spent any of my points yet. Hold on. Chill. Chill. Catalogs. Give me my money. Guys, tell me your favorite cheese. Go. Brie. Oh, God. I have 2 wheels of brie cheese in my refrigerator right now because I'm such a fucking slut for it. I do also have honeycomb Gruyere. I've never had that before. Smoked Gouda. That is up there. That's like top 5. Top 5 for me. Smoked Gouda. Cheddar's good. Now, are you a hard cheddar? Like, what kind of cheddar, Kyle? There's just a lot of cheddar. Colby Jack is good. Parmigiano. Shut the fuck up, Shabby. Is it really? Pepper Jack. Swiss? Sharp cheddar. I can go for some sharp cheddar. Sharp cheddar's pretty good. I love brie right now. I love the rind. I love how chewy it is in the middle. I prefer the medium and sharp cheddars. Yeah, that's how I am too. Gruyere. What is Gruyere cheese? Spaghetti. Oh, I see. Okay, I see. Shapsters. What trowel do you want to do? Do you want to do the new one, but standard? Havarti with dill. Shut up. Like dill pickle? The Satori wine Cabernet Sauvignon white cheddar from Costco. Girl, you just call me poor in like 5 different words. What? Gruyere. It's like the EBST cheese. What the fuck is EBST? Is that a part of the LGBTQ that I don't know of? I'm sorry, was that offensive? That wasn't offensive. I'm pansexual. I'm allowed to say that. Scavenger? Oh, a scavenger sounds so scary, but I'm down. I'm down if you're down. Whoa.
Hey,
The best cheese. Yeah.
Been a bit. I have been busy with work and traveling
Cake
to see
Rogue,
Zelia
shut
Sound.
up. Shut up! Cake Rogue, thank you for the 5 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. I hope you're doing so good! Also, Zarya mentioned. Did they really? Did you guys have the best time? Orphans. Oh, yeah, I'm down for that. Standard? I'm down for standard. I don't know what this does, but yeah, I'm down. Did you really? Shut up, Panda Pants. No, you didn't. Really? Piss your pants? I'm sure you could sell that. I'm joking. The best cheese. Oh, Freya, you were so kind. I'm actually having like a really like rough mental day today, so I'm glad that you guys are saying that you like my energy. That's very sweet of you. So I warned my mods today. I was like, guys, I'm not having the breast night tonight. There's a video of her staring at the window when the ambulance was next door. Wait, what? Really? Freya, you know what I got for you? A big ol' hug! Hugs for anybody who needs it. Unless you guys don't want the hug, you guys can double and give it to the next person. Zane, I know! They're gone! Zane, thank you so much for the biddies. You are so sweet. Guys, tell Zane how hot and tall and talented and handsome he is. Thank you for the hug!
They're ours for life. Teach the children.
Hello?
Give them first communion, and we will let you out.
Are you serious? Sushi Guy, thank you for letting us get to 967! 967 subs. Thank you for giving a sub to Bad Boy Birch. Bad Boy Birch, enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Something clicked on my stream, and now I can't see things. Is my stream still working? Oh, I see what I did. Okay, we're good. Okay, we're good. Sorry. What about wieners? Oh, I wasn't even looking. Bad Boy Birch! Bad Boy Birch. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kids. You just got gifted a subby! Your face is so bloody. Could be bloodier. I could go and go down on her period. That's not gonna stop me. Salvage rigs, broken reagent, deliver the components. Okay, so I don't have a boost. Oh, and I'm already injured. Salvage unstable, single-use rigs from deceased subjects. What the fudge? Guys, this level's gonna be hard. Look! Shabby and I are down to 1 health. And you start injured. Shut up. Guys, this game sucks. Can I hide? Do I have hide and heal? I don't have hide and heal. Always free bleeding in the trial, honey. Shut the fudge up, Shabby. Shut the fudge up. Okay. Okay, we're fine. God, my guy constantly whining about being injured is driving me crazy. Ooh, thank you. Alright. Oh, what's this? Unstable barricade. Alright, so I guess I have a barricade now. Alright, so we have... Okay. Were you really Cake Rogue for what? Okay, Speedrunner. Oh, cool. Oh my god, I also don't have, like... Oh, shut up. Also barely have any battery, too. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, here we go. What the fudge? Alright, at least she shuts up now. Oh, adrenaline? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What's this? Salvage box. Deliver mechanical component. What? Well, Shabby says to come here, so I'm going to be a good girl, and I'm going to come to where Shabby tells me to go. Wrong way.
Give me some help.
Oh, he's over here. Oh, I found the mechanical component. This is the mechanical component that I need to drop off in that box that just disappeared from my ping. Zane! Oh my god, thank you for the bits! What the fudge? Everyone say good night, Music Kid. Music Kid, thank you so much for hanging out. I truly love you so much, it hurts. Guys, where was that component box? You guys remember? Fudge. Oh, I'm not going that way. Where was that component box? I'm gonna grab that. Ooh. I'm gonna grab that. Well, I'm trapped in here, so I'm just gonna hang out here until that door opens. Oh, you're so good. You're so good. Oh, jeez. Hi, Bubba! Bubba. Mwah. Think of the forehead, QC. Guys, where was that component box? Oi, Jamoy. Oi, where was it? Oh, large battery. Nice. Oh, that's alright. That's alright. That's alright. Chill on it. Chill on it. Chill on it. Trans girl! Trans girl. Mwah. Think of the forehead, kissy. Ah! Bubble! Bubble, happy weekend! I hope you're having the best start to your weekend so far. Shabby, if you can hear me, ping a mechanical box. Oh, I found it! Just kidding. We're good. We're good. Salvage box. That's what I want. Alright, what am I doing? Oh, you got him. Well, I did something. Return to reception desk. Okay. Oh. Did we get them pierced? What happened? Is this a good pain or bad pain? Kick! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Do I have anybody available for a Discord invite? Not this part. This part's ass. You know, I'm gonna keep out of all this. Oh. Oh, okay. I got you! Thank you, Bobo Penguin. Thank you, princess. I don't think that one needs one. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize. Ooh, I see you.
Wahoo.
You don't need it. Yo! Zombie, what the fudge? Thank you so much for the 6 birthdays! Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Also, Zombie, mwah, Cobalt, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. What the fudge? Thank you so much! Were you streaming? Yeah, you were streaming today. Zombie, how was your stream today? Oh, thanks! Thank you, Zombie. You were way too kind. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing amazing. I was watching you stream for a little bit. $13 times? That's 13 more times it needs to crash. What the fudgies? No way. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Well, I don't know what this barricade is gonna do, but I wanna put it up there. Oh, that fucked me up a little bit, actually. That's fine. Ah! I'm gonna kill myself. Oh, really, Zombie? Ew. I'm not sure how to whisper. Oh! If you click on Bravo Penguin's name, you can send a message / whisper. Whisper is like Twitch's way of messaging. And then you can send her a whisper. And then she'll be able to send you a whisper. Yo, Shinobi! Yes, we got rated by Linksy. Linksy, the #1 Twins main in the world. I know, I'm definitely gonna play on Monday, but because of these Twitch drops, I have to play. I have to play, for the Twitch drops for Outlast Trials. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Really? Oh, hell yeah. I hope the game's been good. Oh, they've been so much fun. We were playing with Mata earlier. Oh, I'll take that. We were playing with Mata earlier, but he had a bounce. So, penis. We're playing with Shabby right now. Alright, so we need a crown and a heart. Crown and a heart. Oh, do you want to ping this? Or do this? Shabby. Go. Yeah, come here. Thank you. Is that a pee-pee? That's a hella pee-pee. There's a lot of nudity in this game. That's fine. We're adults. Ish. A heart and a crown. Heart and a crown. Heart and a crown. Yeah. Heart and a crown. Oh.
Want that?
Heart and a crown. 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 Crown! 36% bratty? Oh, God! Wait, what we get stabbed? What did I do? Oh, shit. Okay, we're good. Oh, bye, Bravo Penguin. Everybody say good night, princess. Good night, princess. Oh, why can I not ping her? There we go. Good night, princess. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for the 1,000,005 gifted subbies. I hope you have the best night ever. I would say good night, Bravo Penguin. And Zombie, thank you for the 3 stream streak. That's so sweet. Seriously, thank you so much. Guys, tell Zombie Magic how hot and tall and talented and handsome he is. Hold on. Everyone go follow him. Ignore my caps lock. I don't know how to uncaps lock, apparently. Oi, Jamoy. Oh no. Oh, don't we have to do like a gas canister down here or something? Unstable blind. I'll try that, yeah. I'll try a blind. Well, there's a gas canister, but we don't need it? Oh! Alright, so I have two... Oh, here we go. There we go. Marshmallow! Marshmallow. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. Oh, you did it already. Okay, perfect. So we just need the heart... The heart boudet. Is what you're telling me. The heart key. Oh, that's nice. Well, that feels good. All right, the heart key. Jesus. Moon. Oh, I found it! The heart. Das heart. Got your ways. Got your ways. Dumb bitch. Alright, and then we hit this while there's no enemies around. Hit this while there's no enemies around. Let us hit this. Let us open it. Oh, she's in here. How'd she get here so fast? Alright, I had some cunty killer. Did you really? What were you doing, Oni? My very first game on after God knows how long we had a Billy that was really good. Killed everyone except me and let me escape. Really? Are you getting a lot of blood points with the Blood Moon? Oni Blood Moon? Hell yeah. I haven't played any games. I literally logged on to get my logon point. Oh, we have to do this first? My bad. Sorry, Shabby. Here, if you guys want to see the penis, there you go. Oh, sorry. Shout out to the penis! Any exclamation point peepees in chat? Yeah, there it is. 39? Yeah, if it was 39, they'd definitely be getting cut off right now. 53? Shabby's doing that while he's cutting off this guy's legs, by the way. Yo, 0! 0. Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss here. There we go. I was a little behind. I think it's a good trap. Because what's her face comes to there. Thought you got banned for showing PP on stream? No, as long as you don't make it like the main focus. Like as long as you don't go up to it and be like, guys, look at how like amazing this PP is. Like as long as you don't do that, like you're good. I got you, Zarya. Guys, do as I say, not as I do. Whatever. What? What? Ooh! Was that a Jaeger? Holy shit. No, it's not. Okay, but still, scary. Open the door! While I throw rocks at your window! Ah, shit. Let me in! Let me in! Oh, okay, we're good. Holy! Watch out! There's a scary killer there. I played Outlast 1 and Whistleblower. I didn't play Outlast 2. I think I own Outlast 2 and I think I started it, but I don't think I ever finished it. I did not like Outlast 2. I'm not a fan. Oh, what was the secondary objective? Was it the components part? Yeah, oh. I feel like I deposited a lot of components, though. I deposited like 3 or 4. I think we did great. A-? I'll take it. What's up, Ace? Ace, happy weekend! Oh, speaking of, who did you steal the VIP from, by the way? Oh, Kelly. R.I.P. Kelly! If he wants to know everything that leads to the Outlast trials. I don't know. I still have to... You know what? So, as far as YouTube videos goes, like YouTube watching, I've been watching a lot of, like, RE Requiem, Resident Evil Requiem speedruns. And that is literally all I've been watching when I'm doing, like, my free time. And I have something in the background watching. I need to remember to play someone's playthrough of Outlast Trials 2. Or, I'm sorry, Outlast 2. Because I keep forgetting to play that. Or, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting to watch that. Because I've never watched a playthrough from start to finish. And I've never played it start to finish. I'm not going to play it start to finish. I'd rather watch it. But, that's fine. Oh, Ace! Ace, thank you for the 37 months with Prime. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Truly, thank you so much. I'm going to be streaming today and tomorrow. Tomorrow, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. What are we at? We are at 960. Oh, 968 subs! We are 32 subs away from a 12-hour stream next week. DBD? We're going to do a DBD next week. Monday for sure. I don't know about tomorrow. Tomorrow, maybe DBD, maybe Outlast Trials. I'm not sure. It depends. Depends on what I'm in the mood. What am I in the mood for? Oh God, I forgot to have my stream up, so I gotta get my drops. Oh, we got the 1%. We got the 1%. So I have 5 different follow alerts, and for 24% of the time, we have different meows, and 1% of the time we have that one obnoxious meow. So thank you so much for the follow. I do have anonymous follows, Han, but I see you and I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the follow. Have a good night, Shinobi. Everyone say good night, true Shinobi. Thank you so much for hanging out. You know what, Nubster? Normally I would say no, but you've been so like cool as a cucumber. I'm so down. Do you add me on Steam? Or how does that work? Normally I'd say no, but you're like cool as a cucumber, so I'm totally down. Shabby, are you down? Wait, Shabby, because you're my duo. Are you okay with Dubster joining? Sorry, I should have asked that. Sorry, bad friend. Yikes. Yeah, okay, cool. I'm down for a rebirth, but you guys are gonna have to fucking carry me. You guys are gonna have to French toast sticks carry me. Oh, the friend code? Oh, I know how to do that. Hold on. I was told how to do that once. That was something. Oh, geez. Friends. Add a friend. Your code. Here we go. There you go. Where are your furry friends? Oh, my cats and dogs. I have Boo here. Oh, Boo is like in the bed. Jasper is on como se dice? Here we go. Here he is. Here's Jasper. Como se dice? Footrest. Good boy. But he hangs out underneath my desk. So here, you can. Oh, sorry, Jasper, sorry. You can go back down. You little boy, baby. Oh, 4 cats! Holy. Are we happy with these 4 cats? I have 3 cats. Are you crafty builder? Nubbins? And by Nubbins, I mean Dubster. Oh, okay, cool. You were 10. Listen, no judgment. No judgment. As long as you guys never judge my first username that I made when I was a child, I will actually, fun fact, I will never share it with you guys. Oh, you know what? I told Rootsy that I would share it with her, but I'll never share it with you guys because it's actually linked to an old YouTube account, which doxes me and like what high school I went to, because I did the Milk Mile run in high school for cross country and like a bunch of track and cross country gamers. So I can't share that, my first username. You've been Shabby Tugboat? After my OG username, which I can't talk about, it was Julie X Kitten. Which is, spoiler alert, my first name is Julie. And then I swapped to Pixel X Kitten. So I've always had like cat or kitty or kitten in my name. Always cat, kitten, or kitty. I've had so many usernames I can never think of. I've had, oh, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Oh, Shabby, you want to do some slutty little, what's it called? Arm wrestling? I did have a lot of, like, Lord of the Rings themed usernames. Yikes. Wait, is it M1 or spacebar? I think it's M1, right? Ah, poop. Oh, guys, remember, Shabby's a hacker. Shabby's a hacker. Ah, shit. Shabby hacks. He's a cheater. Are we doing Rebirth? Okay, they're just giving that to me. Alright. Alright, I might be a hacker. I might be hacking. Are we doing Rebirth? Rebirth's fine? Alright. As long as you're okay with it. Can I afford it? I don't know. Can I afford it? Oh, I can. Oh! I was about to say, how'd you get in here? Hi, AJ! AJ, I hope you're doing very good. Happy weekend. Oh, let me do an ad now so there's no ad in game. There you go. What do you got going on? El Doctor. El Doctor. You don't got that bonus. I'm joking. Hey. Guys, we are 32. Wait, 32? We are 32 subs away from 1,000 subs and a 12-hour stream next week. And 5+ gifted subs are 35% off. We are taking shots to celebrate, not for subs. Twitch, if you're watching. Either stream is lagging or my phone is lagging. I have not dropped any frames yet. But someone tell me how the... Oh, hello, lovely. Someone tell me how the stream's looking. Hello. You're so cute. You wanna come up? Wanna come up? No, you just wanna touch my butt? Alright, freak. PS4 Slim. Isn't there something going on with the PS5? Like the PS5 is like going up in value / price? I think I read that somewhere. The latest PlayStation I own is the PlayStation 3, I think. I think it's PlayStation 3. I don't know, it's somewhere back there. You would touch my butt! Boop! I got sure. Oh, he's so boy. But I have the Xbox. Oh god, what is it called? Series X? Oof. Are they really? Shut up, Nubster. Shut up. That sucks. $6.99? That's really expensive. PS2. I have the OG like PlayStation. I don't think I own a PlayStation 2. I have a GameCube, N64. PlayStation. What's the console that Until Dawn came out on? I have that PlayStation. Well, actually, no, I do have a 3. And I think I have a PlayStation 4. So I have a 1, 3, and 4. But not a 2. My cousin had the 2. That's how we played it. Wait, what does that mean? What are you saying to me? What does this mean? Revert? You can get Wizard 101. Oh, can you? How did you get so much cat hair in my mouth for Jasper? There we go. Nope, nope, nope. Oh, Jesus. Why did it have to have the warmth in it? I ain't gonna hold you. I might aggressively want to kill myself, guys. What is that sound? Oh, that's awful. What is happening to me? What is happening to me? Wait, why am I like... Why am I getting electrocuted? Wait, what? Why was I getting electrocuted for 10 years? Does anybody know? Why was I getting electrocuted for 10 years? This is my box? Oh, hell yeah. Killer mannequin is missing its left arm. Oh, oh, and it's backwards. I forgot that Rebirth is backwards. I don't know. Why? I'm getting shocked again. I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here. Why do I keep getting shocked? Oh! Oh, I'm going down. I keep getting shocked. I'm about to go down. Wait, but I don't... Okay, like, honestly, this game pisses me off so much. This game literally pisses me off so much. I don't know what I did. Why was I getting electrocuted? I don't understand what I did. Like, tell me what I did and I can avoid it. Because it's pissing me the fuck off. I'm not drunk anymore, so now I'm just mad. Now I'm just fucking pissed. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. Why? I'm literally gonna hide in this locker this whole time. Oh my god, Shabby, I don't know what I would do about you. But like, why am I getting shocked over and over again? Unless I hide. Because if I hide, I'm okay. If I hide, I don't get shocked. No, I do get shocked! Why? It's a variator? What do I do, though? Oh, how do I get to you? Oh, how do I get to you? Oh. I'm actually getting, like, pissed off. Like, on God, I'm getting pissed. No! No, 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 no. Get shit on. Ah! I'm getting shit on. Oh, shit. Ah, there it is. Oh, yeah. What mission is this? This is a Rebirth. Oh. Oh my god. And I'm getting shocked again. Why? I'm actually getting pissed off. Like, I don't even want to fucking play. I don't want to fucking play. I'm getting pissed off. Like, what do I do? No, I'm getting, like, I'm not even stressed out. I'm annoyed. I'm pissed. This is stupid. Like, what do I do? Like, I'm just gonna die. Look, look, look. I'm just gonna die. Like, I don't want to be like a fucking, like, little pissy bitch, but I'm, like, getting fucking annoyed. I'm literally about to die right now. Here, let me at least die inside. Yeah. Like, I don't know what the fuck. I'm actually getting really fucking annoyed. No, just kill me. I don't even want to play. I don't even want to play this game. Oh, thank God. I'm gonna fucking drink. Do you guys mind? I'm gonna take a shot because I'm actually getting really fucking annoyed. Like, I don't mind if games are hard, and I don't mind if games have challenges, but like, tell me what the fuck to do. Tell me what to do. Return to life? No, I'm good. I'm good. I don't want to. I'm fucking pissed. I don't want to play. You're dead? Are you telling me that I have to be close to my friends in order to live? Wait, are you telling me that Shabby and I have to be close to each other in order to live? Is that what you're telling me? Is that what you're saying? Shut up, is that it? Ooh, because I missed that. Because I definitely missed that. That's stupid? Yeah, that's fucking stupid! Oh, I totally missed that. I did not see that at all. So we have to stay together? Oh, bless you for having heals. Okay. If that's it, then I'm okay with that. But I totally did not know how to read and see that that's what we have to do. If that's the case. Ah, Jesus. So we all have to roll together. That's fine. I could live with that. But honestly, I was about to just like stop playing. Honestly, I was about to stop playing. Oh. Ah! Holy, half my health, Batman. Oh. Okay, we're all here. We're all here. Okay, but I also haven't been injured yet. Oh, you want me to go? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm understanding. I'm understanding. There I go. Okay. No problem. Also, awesome boy. Thank you for the 5 stream streak. This is hard. Ooh. And this new level's ass, too, because I actually still don't know, like, what this new level is or does. Like, I don't know how to play the new level yet. Shabby and Mad Eye did it. Okay, so this sound, this, like, annoying ringing in my ears is telling me, shut up, oh my god, this annoying ringing in my ears is telling me that I'm far away from my teammates. Okay. Well, I'm glad that you guys know how to read. Oh, okay, fine. 4, I got a number. Oh, sorry, love. Okay, let me close this. Let me lock this. Because you're doing something. Oh my god. You're such a hacker! How did you know I was here? Thank you. Yo, this game sucks. I do feel better knowing what to do, though. I can't lock that. Let me in! Okay. Oh, I'm about to die anyway, because I'm getting far from my teammates. Yep, there it is. Man, I'm not gonna lie, I'm down for a new rebirth, too, because, 1, this challenge is hard, 2, this map is hard. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm so down for different, like... I'm not trying to be a little bitch, but this fucking sucks. This sucks so much. You're lagging out? Good. Good. That sucked. This was not fun at all. This is not fun. Thank God I'm dead. Thank God I'm dead. This is not fun. I have never had to do the stay close to your teammates thing. Execute the politician therapy. You know what? That one I didn't mind. This sucks. Be a bitch. We can't judge. Thanks, King Pope. Thank you. I'm gonna drink some whiskey while I'm here. I've never had that. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, oh, also another thing too is that we have to worry about the freezing stuff too. I'm glad. Your game broken? Oh yeah, it looks like your game's broken. Damn. Do we lose our rebirth tokens for that? I don't even care. That was so annoying. Those games ass. Just kidding. I love this game. I do love you, Outlast Trials, but you suck. Cheers. Yow! Oh, my nose. Ugh. I'm down to try another rebirth, just as long as, like, it's not that one. Shabby, do you need to restart? Oh, that sucked. You got booted? No, you're Gucci, you're Gucci, Gucci. I am so glad that your game borked and that, like, we kept dying. I'm not trying to be, like, a little bitch, but that was not fun. That was not, like, I understand, like, a good, healthy challenge for Rebirth, but how long are you gonna be playing for? Probably till midnight. About 2 more hours. About 2 more hours. I have to go pee, though, if you want to take a break. Like, I know Nubster just joined us, but... Gotta go piss girl. I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea what you're thinking when we're in trial. Oh, like when I'm talking about... when I'm talking? Oh, no, Shabby, go eat, go eat, go eat, go eat, go eat. Go eat. Well, damn. Should we play another... Should we try another Rebirth? Because if we do another Rebirth, I'm just going to follow whatever Crafty Builder's doing. / Nubsters. But please eat something. What do you want, my child? What do you want, my child? I'm down for another Rebirth. Okay. Well, it's just going to be you and me, if you're okay with that. I'm not going to pee, though. I'm going to risk it. Oh, I want to see what your room looks like. You want to talk about it? Hi, Mooncards! Yo, are those bags of cocaine? Nubster. Yes! Mooncards. Thank you for the 4. I can see what does my room look like. Hold on. Do I have my Twitch drops that I could put on there? How do I decorate my room? Oh, here. Is it this? Oh, my Twitch drops. What do I have right now? Oh, a chocolate bunny. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do the Rebirth. Let's do the Rebirth. It's fine. It's fine. But that one pissed me off. If I ain't gonna hold you, Nubster. If we get that level again, I'm backing out. I'm gonna Alt F4. Oh, F4! I'm gonna do it. We do have Easter coming up, so I'll leave it. The Mooncourts will be doing very well. Happy weekend. I fudging hate Rebirth. But you get, like, so much for it, right? Like, you get, like, a bunch of tokens and shite, right? They get, like, a lot of in-game currency for it, but damn, it's so hard. And I don't like hard things. You're doing alright? Listen, alright is better than terrible, so I'll take it. I'm doing okay as well. I got a lot done, and I was super productive today, but it didn't work out, and that's like, ugh. Ugh. I worked out a lot yesterday. I'm really proud of myself, but today I didn't, and I'm sad. 93% your last drop? Yip, yip, let's go! Thank you! Oh, thank you, Moon. Thank you so much. That means a lot. If we, honestly, if we get that new map and some other different challenge, I'm fine with it. If we get that same challenge in a different map, I'm fine with it. But if we get that same challenge in that same map, I'm gonna kill myself. Oh my god, look at, no! I need to house serve myself. I did so much. Well, that's what's challenging about living by yourself, right? Is like you can't rely on roommates, siblings, parents, or partners to do the work for you. Like you have to like do it all yourself, and it sucks. Oh, backwards. I'm proud of you. I'm very proud of you, Mom. Hi, Jojo. Are you happy Mommy got you new litter today? I know you've been missing it for a while, huh? Mommy got you new litter. And she cleaned your food station. She vacuumed your room. Mommy did a good job today, huh? You got a little scared from the vacuum, though. But I tried to avoid you. I tried to avoid you, didn't I? Destroy the evidence? Okay. That's fine. Because, you know what? It's not that ass map where... Oh, but they have the cameras. That's fine. That's fine. That is a challenge, but it's fine. Ooh, I found my box already. That's actually kind of huge. That's actually kind of huge to find that already. Perfect. Yeah. WCat Mom. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna take that. I try. Ooh. I love these things. I'm so good at these. I gotcha. Oh, I forgot these are backwards. I forgot their controls are backwards. My bad. Alright, got it. I forgot they were backwards. I forgot. I was gonna say, they should say I backwards, but I backwards is I. Ain't that funny, chat? Enjoy your lurk. Alright. Oh, shite. I think I remember this. Oh, backwards. Okay. Oh, you have to be quiet. I think I remember this. Everybody do the dino dance! Dino dance! Everybody do the dino dance! What's up, Brewster? I hope you're doing so good. Thank you so much for being here and hanging out. You know what? You can have that. You can have that. I don't want it. Ooh, I see that. I see that. I see that. I see that. I'm sorry. Alright, you can have that. Oh, God. Oh, God. Thanks for the dino dance, guys! Oh, God. Alright. I have more acid. Ah! I'm gonna KMS. I hate her so much. Guys, get rid of pouncers. Get rid of pouncers. Get rid of pouncers. Get rid of pouncers. Welcome back, Freya! Oh my god, please get rid of pouncers. Please get rid of them. Okay, she's in there. She's in there. Alright. I vaguely remember this map. Vaguely. Yo, vibe? Shut up. That's not real. That's I think you're the second person to get that today, though. Ain't ya? The second person to get a 67% vibe? That's insane. Because Fawn, weren't you the first one?
Looks helpful.
That's, it's pretty impressive. Yeah. Oh, you're there. Okay. Is that you? Okay. Making sure it was you and not a doppelganger. Wait, really, Loki? That's actually super funny. Ooh. What if I hide right here? Do you think they'll see me? Oh, you know what? Speaking of, I actually found my hello shirt. My hello beanie. Because I thought it was upstairs. It wasn't upstairs. And I found it. It was exactly where this shirt was. Ooh, uh-oh. So, yippee. I finally found it. And now it's downstairs with me. So I'll never lose it again. Oops. Don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me. No whammies, no whammies, no whammies. Oh, okay. Jammer doesn't work. Jammer doesn't work. Jammer doesn't work. Now it works. Good girl. What is that sound? Nope, I'm not opening that. Aw, shit! It's a fucking Jaeger. And guess who they want? And guess who they want? You're joking. You're joking. Oh, you're joking. Oh, you're joking. Oh, no, girl. Girly pop. You're joking. Oh my god. Alright, well now there's a Jaeger on me, so that's great. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. Would you be able to turn on your game mic so I know what's going on and what's happening? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I can't hide! I can't hide. There's a fucking Jaeger here. Let me figure out how to do that in a second. Shit. Oh, I hate Jaegers so much. I hate them so much. I hate them so much. I want to hide. Oh my god. How far do you think I can get and then hide? Ooh. That's good. That's good timing. How do I turn on my in-game mic? Audio. Voice activation. Open mic. I hope you don't mind. That's gonna be open mic. It's gonna be really annoying, I'm sure. But tell me if you hate it. Oh, actually, let me make him go away. So we need to do... Oh, wait, you need your thingy. Your thingy's right there. Here, I'll take this guy's aggro. Okay, I don't think I'm aggroed to him anymore. Okay, let me open this just in case. I don't know where my Jaeger is, though. She's pretty far away. Hey, bitch. Beep. Wrong button. Jesus. Because I think we're just waiting. Oh, pour acid in the courtroom. That's what we need to do. Okay, well, I don't know where that is. Pour acid in the courtroom. The courtyard. Courtroom main. Oh, shit. Okay. So we need to bring all this stuff to the courtyard. Courtroom. Courtroom! Just somewhere. I feel like I'm bringing it closer to where we need to go. Wait, this is it. This is it. Yes. This is it, right? Oh, shite. This looks like the courtroom. No, it's not. This door needs to open. How are these doors opening? I think these doors are opening like randomly or something. I don't know. This door's open. Okay, that's the library. We don't give a French toast sticks about the library. But this is courtroom! Oh, okay. Courtroom is right here. Okay. Oh, I see arrows on the floor. Oh my god. Okay, but all these doors are closed. Literally all these doors are closed. Full psychosis. Oh, I have a thing! I have a thing for you. I have a thing for you. I'm not sure what makes these doors open and close, though. So I finally found the courtroom. Oh! Well, that's closed. Okay, well...
the doors are, they're on a timer.
Oh, well... Damn, because... Can I use my jammer for them?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
There's one right there if you want to try it.
I gotta wait for it to cool down. Okay. Because I just put acid out there, but I left.
Yeah. What is it? Your stream is like, what is it? I think like 30 seconds to a minute.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Oh, okay. I think I see my acid. What? Oh, okay. I see it. No, I'm gonna bet. Yeah, I saw that way too late. Yep, that's fine. Alright, I'm gonna try to jam this. Just. Oh, I can! I can jam it! Shut up. No way. Okay. Alright, I'm pouring an acid. Holy shite. Finally. Oh my jeeper golly gee whiz. Alright, there's another acid over here that we brought closer. Alright, I got a second acid. We just gotta bring one more acid up here. Oh, I have a health thing for you if you need it. Let's go! Hell yeah. Oh, God bless the jammer. Holy. Yeah, this one's so much easier than the other one that we're doing. I can't get to you. Hold on.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
I gotta wait 4 Alright, I got 1 second. Now this door can open. Alright, this door's open.
It's all happening to me. Everything. Here's the rig recharger.
Okay. Here's. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I'm gonna drop this health for you. Got it. Thank you. Whoa, shit! She just got you, now she got me. I hate her so much! It's fine. Rate's been deactivated. Shut up, Cole. No one likes you. I hate the Pouncer. Alright, we need to get that last acid, and that's it. I don't remember where it is, though. Oh, I'm so scared right now. Yes. All right. All right. Looking for the last acid. Wherever that was. Yeah. Ooh.
You know you can use your jammer on those, right?
Yeah, it's recharging.
It's helpful. Oh god no! Oh god no! Oh god no!
Where is this frickin' acid? You know, it might be on the other side of the map. Hello, rig recharger. Don't mind if I do. Oh my god, I'm gonna get poisoned! Oh, you're so lucky. Yeah. Holy.
What is it? I guess they revamped some of the rigs.
Oh, there's something outside the door. Oh, there's something inside the room.
Ah, that did not work at all. Jesus. Oh god. Where is this other acid? Cheese and rice. Oh! I see it, I see it, I see it. Oh my god, I finally see it. Okay, I got it. I got it, I got it, I got it. Oh. there's there's an imposter of you around.
Oh god damn it! I just said it. Everything's happening to me. Oh god, I need a heal.
I literally, I just got a heal. If you can see me, come to me. But I'm running. Ooh.
Big run, big run, big run. I don't like this.
Oh. Go, 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 go. Okay, okay. Alright.
Oh my god, a bandage. Let's go.
Nice, okay, okay, okay. Oh, this is not where I want to be. Shite. Oh, I don't remember how to get to the courtroom. Oh, I have no clue where I am now. I thought I knew where it was, and now I have no idea where I am.
If you would have pressed tab, what would that do? Would that show you objectives?
It does! Oh, you are so hot and tall and talented for that. Holy shit.
It's because I think I played with another streamer, and they also use keyboard and stuff. So because on a PS4 controller, it's the space bar.
I am so mad.
The space bar, the touchpad.
Never known that. Oh my god. Oh, how do I get there though? Oh, you know what? I'm gonna open this door with my jammer.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, too late. Okay, well this door I can't open. But if we just wait.
Hold on. Coils right there, there's an opening right here. Open door.
Oh, that's open? Okay, I'm coming.
Yeah, hold on. Oh yeah, it's right down the way we need to go.
Okay, I'm coming.
Hold on, I'll get coil for you.
Yeah. Perfect. Alright. I'm slowly making my way. Alright, I'm slowly making my way. Alright, I'm pouring. Holy! Alright, it's done. Holy shit. Finally. No way. Ah! You're joking. Oh wait, if we wait 2 seconds, I can open it. I'm opening it. Oh. All right, behind you.
Oh god, dead end, except.
Oh, that's fine.
No, right here. Hold on, wait. It's open.
Okay.
Oh, go over there too.
Oh god.
It's foiled. Hold on, wait.
I'm going. Oh, I have no stamina. All right, now we're going. I'm gonna press the button as soon as I get there. What's up, Suki Dragon? All right, the button's pressed. Yo, let's go. See, this is so much easier than that bullshit we had to do last time. Holy shit, so much easier. Oh my god. Yeah, whatever that we had to do last time. Fudge that.
No, I don't like it. I don't even know what the cause some of the for our reverse, some of them are the variators are hidden.
Yeah.
Secret variator.
Yeah, that sucked.
Also, yeah, no. I do highly suggest if you want to understand what happened. All before the trials, you played one whistleblower. I do suggest two.
Absolute conviction that our goals are their own.
You know what? They've also changed solo rebirths. I don't like that.
All right. Holy. Oh.
Okay, now I'm the one who's behind. Cause
oh. I bet. Thank you for the 5 stream streaks, Spooky Dragon. Twitch probably hatered you. It was like, fudge you, Spooky Dragon, because Twitch hates stream streaks, apparently. I'm sorry, Spooky Dragon. All right, let me turn my mic off.
Welcome to the therapy. I'm Dr. Easterman.
Man, I gotta change my appearance again. Man, I don't remember what I was. Oh, I was this person.
Somehow I can't help but feel like I've met you before.
This hair. Get my deep voice. Ugh, that's gross. I don't want that at all. What do we have? Twitch drop. Twitch drop. I don't like that Twitch drop. I like this Twitch drop. Yo, I love me my Twitch drops. Oh, yeah. I gotta get my dappers. Oh, wait, I missed one. Oh, I got it. Pantaloons. I think I got all my Twitch drops, maybe. Did I? Oh, here we go. And then where's my pantaloons? There they are. Perfecto. Where's my Lilia's titties? Where's my titties? Give me my titties. There they are. Oh, and then this was a Twitch drop. This one right here. Oh, all three of these are Twitch drops. Oh, purr. And then I like this one. Trying to steal my stash. Oh, really? Ow, boo. Tomato, tomato. What's this one? Oh, that one's fun. I like that one. That one's fun. Yeah, that's good. Okay. From Planet Crafter. That's the thing that you snapped, right? Here, let's take off my voice chat. Audio voice chat off. Right? Push to talk? Okay. Apply. I have to go pee. Do you guys mind if I go piss, girl? I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna go pee, and then 17.5 hours to do it. That's good. That's actually like that's very impressive. I'm not gonna lie. All right, I'm gonna go pee, and then I think we can keep playing Outlast Trials, or we can maybe swap to DBD. What do you guys think? Oh, should we do a poll? Here, let's do a poll. While I go pee, you guys tell me what to do. What do Outlast Trials Dead by Daylight? They both have Twitch drops. So you guys let me know what to do. I'm gonna go pee. I will be right back. Was there like a trap? Oh, there's a trap right here. Ugh! Okay, bye. What's up, brah? Hello. W message. Hello. There's someone in WikiWay, but they don't nearly taste as weird. Interesting. Well, it also might be like an America thing, because like I feel like America's like chocolate is like shit. The gates are done? Or not the gates are done. The gens are done? Oh my god. Guys, I touched one generator. Oh. He doesn't want the sauce, guys. He doesn't want the sauce. Kit Kats are so good. Yeah, America just has like really like shit overprocessed garbage. However, speaking of which, hey Raven, if you want to try some American candy, I'll send some to you. Damn. Wait, this heal's going pretty slow, even with a medkit. Oh, I thought you would go for me. Damn, sorry, Pugman. Damn, that's funny as shit. Alright, well, I guess I'll go save my friends or something. Oh my god, I'm gonna step in a trap, though. Kit Kats are good. Kit Kats are always good. I don't think I've ever had a bad Kit Kat. Yo, don't they have, like, a bunch of, like, different, like, flavored Kit Kats? Like, you get, like, a strawberry, like, flavored one, like, a matcha flavored one. I would like that. Oh, God! Did I just... Guys, did I just smack both killers? No! Nah! Did I just get both killers? Can someone go back and see if I got both of them? Oh no! Ah! I'm going down. I'm yelling timber, you better move, you better dance. Where was the door, guys? Guys, where was the door? Oh no, I'm go- ah! Ah! There's the door, bitch! No, I deserve. I am. There's no way that the. There's no way that it was tied. There's no way that the poll was tied. Bitty bitty. Outlast and DVD. Wow. Numa, yeah. Well, do you guys want to do some, let's chess some DBD, right? Then you remember your chess of frats? You're gonna pick DBD? Alright, well, let's just pretend that you were our tiebreaker. Nupster! If you can hear me, thank you so much for playing with me. I look forward to playing again. That's not gonna be our only time that we play. Numa, yeah. Let's see what the Blood Moon has in store for us, eh? We'll definitely do some more Outlast trials, though. Don't worry. But when I have people to play with, you know. No, good. I'm glad, Dubster. Peppered Thor. Good, okay. Alright, sounds good. Alright, so let's do some DVD. Maya ha, Maya he, Maya hu, Maya ha, Maya ha, Ramaya. Think of the forehead kissing. God, I can't get over how fresh that one game was. I'm so glad it was over. Yeesh. It did make sense, though. Once you guys told me that it was because we were getting shocked because we were far away from our teammates, it made sense, but I wish I had read that, but I did not read that. How are you? I'm doing alright. We're about to play some DBD. Oh, should I turn on my DBD creator? You know, Dead by Daylight has a challenge right now. Hold on. Let me pull up the Discord. Track how many Blood Moon play during the Blood Moon event and track how many blood points you earn in a single 60-minute session. I'm pretty sure that one of the profile picture in Outlast is... Oh, really? Like, from the drops or just, like, in general? Are we really fun? Okay, I can't read. I didn't know how to read. No one taught me. I did log in earlier and spent all my BP. So we're at 13,000. So let's see. Blood Moon event. Let's load up a Survivor. Oh, Killer? Oh, in general? Oh, gotcha. I'm gonna do Survivor. We'll We'll do Quante Young because I put the blood points into him earlier. BP. Is there anything that gives me blood points? No. Chat, should I have some of my DQ Blizzard or my other Tim Hortons chocolate chip muffin, aka the best chocolate chip muffin on the planet? Why not both? I'm so confused. Why not both? Oh. The clock starts when you click Find Match, and a match is counted once you reach the end of match results. Okay, so let's see. 420. I can remember that. 10. Okay, play. So 1052, 420. Oh, let me add a stream marker. There we go. It absolutely is who I'm thinking of. Before I say who, does anyone care if I say no? I'm okay if you say no, sir. Oh, that's why you can't do both. I would say do the Blizzard because if you currently have a DQ Blizzard in your hands right now, Blizzards are like no good another day, right? They're only good like the day you get them. But muffins, you can totally eat them the next day. So I'm voting Team Blizzard here. Blizzy, yeah, Blizzard. Okay. Looks like chat is all Team Blizzard. Eddie Glueskin, he was fun. Try turning me into a woman with a table saw. Is that who that is? and that's from Whistleblower, right? You know what? I'm gonna have to replay Outlast. And Outlast, oh my god. Whistleblower was so messed up. I'm gonna have to replay that. Because I think the last time I replayed it was either 2021 or 2022. So it's been many moons. And many blood moons. But it's been a long time since I've done that. But I've never done the second one. I'm not going to play the second one. But I'll watch the second one. I just checked my schedule and realized I got to be up in 8 hours. Have a good night, Sushi Guy! what the kids call the eeps. No, are you kidding me? From the bottom of my butt, because it's bigger than my heart. Thank you so much for being here, Sushi Guy. Thank you so much for the gift of subs earlier. You're way too kind. And also, congrats on your VIP. You do have the VIP for the next 24 hours, so I hope you enjoy. Everyone say, good night, Sushi Guy. Hope you get at least 6 to 7 hours of sleep. Fawn, you were so funny. They also have Val's true face. Do they really? I don't have a lot of profile pictures. You know what? This Naya skin is very similar to the Naya skin that I run. The Blizzard I got is a chocolate-covered strawberry with cheesecake. Shut up. You know what? I wasn't wondering because I forgot that Blizzards were more than just vanilla. And now I'm wondering. Ugh. God, that sounds amazing. Y'all ever had a cherry dilly bar? No, but I feel like I've heard of that. I feel like that sounds familiar, Cobalt. Have a good night, Dragon Set Ablaze. Everyone say goodnight to Sushi Guy and Dragon Set Ablaze. Thank you truly so much for being here. Hugs. Hugs for anybody who needs it. Unless you guys don't want the hug, guys can double it and give it to the next person. I have had great experiences with Dairy Queen. Yo, what's up, Tipsy for you? I've also been drinking. Welcome in. We just stopped doing some Outlast trials and we swapped over to Dead by Daylight for now. I'm gonna eat it from the back when I say this. You're amazing. Oh. War, do you want to see my fit check? I got my stockings on. And my Crocs, most importantly. Also, I'm wearing shorts, so you guys can't be weird. Also, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Yes, I did a poll, and it was 50-50. So, we're doing DBD. Thank you so much for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on. I appreciate you. Dr. Wernicke? Wait, I know who that is. All right, first game of DBD. First game of the event. Oh. Yeah, go take her. Alright, so this is the blood can required. Okay, I remember this event. Okay, I remember this. Where's my blood can? Oh, I see a blood can. Bubba! Spades, I'll let you know. I will absolutely let you know. There, I probably won't for now because I do have a challenge from the DBD Discord that they want us to do. So I won't for now, but I will let you know. Heat ups and dinner. Is this where if I run, like if I run, like don't, doesn't the blood can like disappear or something? Ah! Thanks, Mort. You're so hot. Oh my god. It drains when you run. I don't want to run. Oh yeah, you do that. And it's loud. You're loud. I'm joking. Kicking my hair and twirling my feet. Good, good, good. Good, good. Oi, chamoy. I am actually loud. Oh, yeah? Fixated is great. Oh, you're right, Fawn. Fawn, this is why I keep you around. That's why I keep you around. Oh, Tipsy! Tipsy's in the game with us right now. I did not realize that. Listen, no one taught me how to read, chat. Tipsy's our Nia. I didn't realize. Sorry. Thank you, Cobalt. I appreciate you. Oh, hello. Let's go. Oh, we can get this. We can get this gen done. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. We get this gen done. You're so smart with fixated. Oh my god. Put a blizzard outside your house right now. You're so funny. I forgot to play an ad, guys. My bad. I'm sure we can finish this game before 5 minutes. If not, I'm sure we can snooze it. Actually, mods, can we get a snooze? Do you guys mind? Just one slutty little snooze. I should be able to finish this. Thank you. Thank you, mods. Yeah, we finished that. Let's go! Oh, I don't think I make this, chat. Oh, I tried. Oh, I tried my darndest. Slutty snooze. See, this way I keep you around more. Get that! Get that! Get that thing! Oh, get that thing! Oh, Claudette, you are so fucking hot. Oh, get that thing! Oh. Let's go! I love it! Oh, W Claudette. That was hot. That was very hot. It was very sexual. I'm very aroused. Hey. Hey. Yeah, that's right. Keep going, Bubba. Brewster!
Pissing all by yourself, handsome.
Pissing all by yourself, handsome. Thank you so much for the 69 bits. What the fudge? Thank you so much. You didn't have to do that, but thank you so much for the bits. That really means a lot. Truly, thank you so much. 2 gens done. What was a blood one? I don't that was just a regular one, right? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Also, we are... Guys, I can't tell. How many subs away are we from 1,000 subs? If we hit 1,000 subs, I will do a 12-hour stream next week. What do you guys think? 12-hour shenanigans. We're 50 away? Okay, perfect. Gotcha. Oh, that means we've lost subs since the last time I mentioned it, damn it. Damn you, 30-month timer. What's up, Little Gun? Little Gun, happy weekend. So we're 50. 50! I am drinking tonight, too, so if you guys want me to take a slutty little shot, gifted subs are 35% off. 5+ gifted. Rooster, that's crazy. Okay. What the actual fudge is like literally what I'm thinking right now. Rooster. Can we get some guys in chat? Like any guys? Oh, Sample's your... Oh my god, and that's our Claudette in chat too. Oh my god, W Claudette, W Rooster. Oh, there he is. There's Booba. Oh, Hold on, I'm here to help. Oh, I don't have anything. I have a... I have a med kit. That's all I got. Molasses. Oh no. That's enough. Holy shiitake mushrooms. Thank you so much, Rooster, for the 50, count them, 50 emotes. 50 subs. What the fudge? What's up, Saucy? Saucy! Enjoy your 90. Count him. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub. I did one sub fall up. No, 12-hour stream. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. Oh my god. Yo, Tipsy, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize that you were in our game until like 20 minutes in. I've been drinking. Guys, tell Tipsy how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. Tipsy, GG's. I'm so sorry you died. Hold on, I'm coming, homie. Oh, yes, give me that speed boost! Yes, speed boost! Robin! Oh, hell yeah, Robin. Perfect. Get out of here. Run, Robin! Run, Robin, run. Robin, run. Robin, run. Are you shiitaking my mushrooms? Yo. Rooster, let me know what color kitty cat you like. Pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, or purple! Tipsy is so hot and tall and talented. Also, Sniples? Sniples is also very hot and tall and talented. Orange? I got you. Because Sniples is the Claudette that got that pallet stun save on me. Dango, shut up. Dango, thank you so much for getting us up to Velmesh. If you guys got gifted a sub, make sure you guys thank your gifter. And then please, 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 please enjoy your 90. Count him. Ooh. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. I'm doing my part. Yo, Riasquel wants a time zone check. It is currently 11:04 p.m. for me. 11:04 p.m. pour moi. Yo, are there any gens that are like normal gens to do? Or like, what's going on here? Happy Saturday. Oh, well, happy future day for everybody. Now, Sniples, what if I just die for you? Although I am doing a challenge right now where I have to get like as many blood points as I can, so it's like, ugh, maybe I will sacrifice them, you know. 4:04 a.m. Good morning. Oh, wait, hold on. I see a blood gen. I'm gonna fill this up, and then I'm gonna do that blood gen. 12 hours? Wait, are you in the future, Riasquel, right? Wait, where are you from, if you don't mind me asking? I'm in Chicago. Chicago, Illinois. No, don't die. Don't die. Sleep is overrated? Ew. Siberia, no way! Shut up! Yo, shout out to Siberia, that's so dope. Holy. Oh, poops. Can I drop this? Oh, cool. Hold on. Help is on the way, dear. Help is on the way. Holy shit. I can't tell you guys how grateful I am for the 1,000 subs. Holy shit. Now I gotta do a 12-hour stream. You guys gonna call me a liar? Hell no. I'm a truther. Oh, sorry. Rooster. I have some liquor. Oh, shit. I have some liquor. I have rum, vodka, malort, and a biggie ball. Oh, and a whiskey? Oh, shit nipples. Oh, I should have stayed there. Oh, I'm dead. That's fine. Ah, poop. Good! Kill me! Sniples get hatched. Killing and a shouting and one shot. Oh, poop. Yo, GG's, Bubba. GG's. Which one do you like the most? I will say between malort and whiskey. So I'll let you choose between that. What'd you say? Oh, you said orange. I got you. Yo, GG's. GG's. That was a fun first game. Right? Rata! GG's. Do the subs keep going down? That's so funny. Whiskey? I'll allow it. Alright, we gotta do add now, so there's no add in game. I'm sorry. We are out of time. Oh my god, Sniples! Do not apologize. Are you kidding me? You let me live a lot longer than I should have. Truly, thank you guys so much. You guys were so good. G heckin' G's. You're getting banned. Dangos, give me a color pussy. I am gonna be live tomorrow, Nubsters! Nubsters, have a very good sleepy. Thank you so much for hanging out, and thank you so much for the all the help. Did we lose the 1,000 again or something? We're still doing the 12 hours! We hit it! We hit it! We hit the 1,000! We're good! It counts! How do we see how many subs there are? We have a little bar here. Okay, so I assume with the 5 gifted that, is that like, no, Raven, you put that out of your mouth right now. Oh. Got Raven hair. Did you guys hear that? Bye, Nubster! Everyone say goodnight to Nubster. Thank you so much. Seriously, thank you so much, gamer. Hi, KKW! Everyone say hi, KKW, and good night, Nubster. Wait, no, 1 12-hour stream. Purple pussy? Bye, Sniples! Sniples, GG's, GG Sniples, and GG's Tipsy. Thank you guys so much. You guys are great. Are you guys playing together? Hope you guys have good games for this tonight. Also, I've been drinking, so sorry. Rooster, what the fudge? 50 gifted subs. I don't know what to say. Thank you so much. Oh! Photo Rose. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Yikes. Also, Dangos, do you have a shot that you'd like? You're going for shot. Rooster, how many am I at tonight? Because I have not been counting. It's almost like you want to be punished. Are you talking to Fawn or are you talking to me? Rooster. Underscore 528. Holy. Oh, these are my favorite kitty cats. This is my favorite kitty cat to do. Give treats! I got you. Oh, I got you. I've had about 6 to 7 shots. That sounds alright. 5? You can be honest here. It's a safe space. Bye, Freya! Everybody say goodnight, Freya. Dangos, do you have any numbers? 26. I knew that. You want boo? I got you. I got you, homie. Oh, Dangos. What are we going to do for you? This is the Dangos that I picture in my head. This is what Dangos looks like IRL. Do you guys mind? He's like super happy to be here. Oi, Shamoy! Boop! I love boobs. Ladies! Also, Fawn, did you know that you were literally so hot, so tall, so talented, and you were literally my favorite person in this entire room right now? Everyone tell Fawn how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is. Also, Rooster. Mwah. Dangos. This is literally how I picture Dangos looks like IRL, by the way. It's Andrew Garfield. Yes, sir. So cute. I don't know what to say. I'm gonna have to plan what day we're gonna do our 12-hour though. I could just. Can you really? Prove it. Prove it. Prove it. What's that over there? Thank you guys so much. I truly don't know what to say. 1,000 subs. So, I have to do my taxes by the next 2 weeks because, shout out to April 15th, tax day. And, this paycheck is gonna help a lot with those, with not only taxes, but also my mortgage payment. So, thank you very much for the bits and the subs and everything like that, because, it helps a lot, truly, thank you. War is bullying me, but do you like it, though? Is it a welcomed bully, or are you, like, not happy about the bully? Because I'll correct it either way. Rooster, seriously, thank you so much. From the bottom of my butt, because it's bigger than my heart. Thank you. So much. Ooh. No. Is it a Philip? Philippe? Oh, no. I'm so bad against Philips. Oi, Jamoy. Meh. Meh. Oh no, my generator. Oh no. My generator. Oh no. Don't hit my generator. Shit. He kicked my generator. Fudge. My butt is smaller than my heart? Yeah, I can't relate. By their government names? Yeah, and I'll do it again. Do you think they'll mind? Do you think backshots will mind? Oh, okay. They're fine. I was gonna be like, do you think backshots will mind if I put this blood cannon? Oh. Okay. What's Plague's government name? Fudge. I know that. 500 pickles to War's house. Backshots. But Sushi Guy! I thought you were going to bed. Go to bed, Sushi Guy. Plagues is like... I know it. I know it. Where's Spades? Spades will tell me. Spades is a good little gamer. Yeah, he'd like that. Is it a Dearest? I was gonna say a Dearest, but that's what I called... that's what I called Skull Merchant, and I was like, that's not right. Oh, this gen has been getting fudged this entire time, and I'm getting really fudging tired about it. You're drunk. What are drunk pickles? Mike, oh, that's right. War's disgusting little children loves pickles. Yeah, Skull Merchant is Adriana, and I called her Adrenus or... Wow, fudge! I called her like a Adrenus or a Dearest the other day, and I was like, with that, right? Hey. Stop. Oh, he's got bamboozle! Whoa! How you get so fast there with your skinny little legs? Guys, that gen still hasn't gotten done. He's got pain, res, and pop. Oh, I'm gonna kill. This'll watch out. Thank you. Wait, Dingles, did you tell me what to drink? Took a sliced pickle and put a blueberry in it as an experiment. He loved it. Your children need to be taught a lesson. Pop, pain, res, DMS makes me want to DC. Yeah, but we're doing a challenge for blood points for the Dead by Daylight creator program, so I can't. I have an hour to see how many blood points I can get. Malort! See, that's why I keep you around. That's why I keep you around. Almost called you shabby. That ain't right. They're learning, if you want to call it that. Yeah, well, they're learning wrong. I'm joking. Wait, do you guys want to hear this? Oh, hi, Fungmin. Oh, that's Sable. That's not Fungmin. Hello, V-Stitchies. Oh. Ah! Ah! Guys, I'm so bad at this video game. I'm so bad at this video game. I need that Sable fit. I need it as well. I need it as well. I should see how many, I used all my Arc cells. I used all my Arc cells already, guys. Hey, you know what this gives me a chance to do? A shot. Let's go. Dankos, thank you for the 5 good subbies. Salty. Oh, get your daily logins. You get daily logins for blood points and challenge stuff. I literally said, "Oh, hello, Bugman." I know it was Sable. I do love the dark hair Sable though. I forgot that was alcohol. Guys, what's the over-under on my blood gen that was like 80% done being any close to being done right now? I'd be face down the ground. Wait. 5-1? Hold on, I gotta see. It's like not quite dead, but it's like almost dead. Was I tasting? Oh, that's right, because you're playing Oni. You know, should we do some killer games? No blood games in my event. Well, we gotta make sure a Leaky Hermit doesn't get hooked. Because Leaky Hermit is our last pain res. Oh, he's coming right here, right? Yep. And this is my last hook. After this, I'm dead. I'm just gonna leave. Oh, he wants me. You know, maybe I should take off the Twitch shirt, because maybe I'll get more blood points that way. Now, fudge you. Oh, there's no pallet. Yeah, I'm out. Yeah, that sucks. I should probably take off my Twitch shirt, right, for this challenge. Hi, Astro! Astro, happy weekend! I hope you're doing so good, my friend. Yeah. Man, I didn't get a single gen done this entire game. He skipped the basement. That's time loss on him. I had 13,000 points at the beginning of this. So, I started this at 10:52. This ends at 11:52. Yeah, Dankos. Yeah, I'm gonna take off. Shut the fuck up, Dankos. I saw that! Oh my god. It's so cute. Where did you get that from, if you don't mind me asking? I saw your LL Axu plushie. I'm a huge Haxorus fan. So, big fan. Alright, let's do... Yeah. Ellen Ripley? Some rain. What do you guys think about some rain? I love Haxorus. Really, Fawn? What the fudgies? What the fudge sticks? Oh, you know what? Gabriel, I think, has a good class. I want to do my class where I was doing the Ash Eerie. I'm gonna do an my Ash Eerie build. Oh god, it was what's the perk where after you get hit? It's a Jonah perk. Hold on, Jonah. Overcome. That's the one I wanted. It was Overcome, Fudge. What was the rest of it? It was Overcome. I don't remember my build. From my Fudge, Overcome, Lightweight. Life? I'm gonna do Counterforce. I'm gonna do it. I'm trying to remember my Ash Eerie. Where are the puppers? Boo's right here. You can barely tell. Oh, wasn't I supposed to do a dog treat for him? I'm so sorry. L streamer. L streamer. I'm so sorry. Boo. Come here. Look. doggy. And Jasper. Hey, Jojo. Oh! You're such a fatty! Look at you coming for treats. Oh. Good doggy. Good doggy. That's Charlie. Took a break to do some games myself, came on to say hello to some fun streamers I played against. And now I found my DVD. Yes! I did DVD because I did a poll on DVD or Outlast Trials, and it was 50-50. I was like, you know what, let's try it. Oh. Spades, that's good to know. I might do Wednesday, I'm thinking. Also, Photo Rose, I'm doing all right. How are you doing? Rooster, please do. Please, 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 please do. I heard a Kenny. And I'm not okay with that. I heard a Kenny. A Kenny. Half and half. Yeah, a little bit of half and half. You're tired. Do you have a long week, Photo Rose? I hope you're doing all right. I hope you had a good week. Also, hugs. If you guys did not have a good week, I'm so sorry to hear that, but hugs for you. And if you guys don't want the hug, guys can double and give it to the next person. And Loki, I'm very grateful for that. Ruin. I've heard Ruin has been very popular during this challenge. But I have Counterforce, so let me just go and get some, little totems. Oh, here we go. When my husband stops being allergic to cats, I was just thinking about how my allergies have been really ass lately. Girly Pop, you're no way you are doing this. That sucks. Like, she didn't know, but that is really unfortunate. That she brought the killer right to where I was doing the totem. That's really unfortunate. Ewok! Ewok! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, really? Did you know it wasn't endgame? Ewok, I hope you're doing very well, by the way. He's gonna come right here, right? Because he knows I'm doing the totem. Yeah, that's really unfortunate that the person was doing, that's really unfortunate that the person came. FLV? No. Right as I was doing the totem, but like, how are they supposed to know that I was doing it? But still, it's still really shitty. Like, I didn't know, but it still sucks. Oh, whoa, whoa, holy speed, Batman. Throwing yams? He'll burn out, though, right? Throwing yams is crazy. Undying and just protected to meme. Did you really just undying? That's actually really funny. Step 1, step 2, step 7. Yeah, escape. Ewok! Ewok, thank you for the 5 stream streak. Thank you so much. W first chat. Man, that was rough. Well, at least someone's on a totem, which has to be either Ruin or whatever the palette one is, which I'm blanking on right now. Never said I was a smart man. Yes, perfect, good girl. Whatever the totem or the palette one is. Oh, okay, Zero. Okay. Saying hi is overrated. It really is. Alright, so we still have... I went to go ping like we're playing Outlast Trials still. That's so funny. I don't think we should heal here. Hold on. Ooh, he saw me. Which means I'm fucked! Yep, there it is. Man, I'm having some really rough luck today, guys. I'm having some really rough luck. I think he has maybe a cigar box. Because I don't think he saw me, so I'm thinking I'm gonna guess cigar box. Which is a great add-on for Clown, if I do say so myself. What's rough start, guys? Rough start. Having rough games. Rough Trebek. Rough Trebek, just the way your mother likes it. Oh, blood flavor. That's the perk I was thinking of. So I think he got blood flavor. Oh, please heal me. Please, love of God. Thank you, V. You're so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Yeah. Yeah, he definitely has a cigar box. Yeah. Whoa, bitch! What did I do? I don't even have my Twitch shirts on. Why are we tunneling? What? We have Raffinado TV/TikTok. Go tunnel them. What did I do? Also, thank you very much for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I appreciate you. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Well, there's the tunnel. I don't even have Twitch shirts on. What did I do? To bring back the blood flavor? Wait. Are you being facetious or are you being serious? Because I don't remember a blood flavor. But I also could just be like stupid. What do you want, honey? What do you want, honey muffin? Man, you know what? I wouldn't care so much if we weren't like doing this challenge. But because I'm doing this challenge, I was like, ugh. Oh, Maiden's Blood. Don't even get started on Maiden's Blood. Have a good night! Wait, everyone say good night, Supernova. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you. What's the challenge? Play during the Blood Moon event and track how many blood points you earn in a single 60-minute session. Share your highest blood points, and if you beat your score later, you're more than welcome to post again. So I'm trying to see how many blood points I've won. I have not won a lot because I started at 13,000 blood points and I've only at 70,000 after 3 games. So it's not going great. Just so you guys know, not going great. And I started at 10:52 and it's 11:29. So it's not going great. I was so sad I missed the TOL tub. What was the TOL tub? Pretend like I'm 5 and I know what TOL stands for. Tits and labia. Tits over labia. What's TOL stand for? Sorry, I'm autistic. I don't know how to spell words. Does that make sense? You can play with people. Yeah, there's no rules about... The only rules is, let's see. No slugging or tunneling when you're playing as killer. No bugs, exploits. The challenge can be completed solo or with friends. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Ewok! I found this outfit. Hello, Jasper. This is like one of my favorite outfits. And I realized that I lost this outfit for like 2 months. 2 monthies. And I had to go back and look at my Instagram to see when the last time I wore this outfit was, so I could like try to backtrack and find out where this outfit was. I finally found it. But I was so frustrated because I was trying to find this shirt for so long and I couldn't find it. I was so frustrated. But I'm very happy that I finally found it. So thanks, Ewok! I'm feeling very cute today. Also, I did my makeup differently today. To the time up in power and then find her on a gen, nobody else. Listen, it is what it is. Sometimes it is what it is. But this guy definitely, like, that clown was, like, tunneling me. It's fine. It is what it is. I don't give a fuck. But it is what it is. Ah, thank you! Oh, yeah. No, you. No, you. Thank you guys so much for the follows. Thank you guys so much for the follows. The subs, the bits, the lurks. Truly, thank you guys so much. Alright, let's see if we can find some totems. Oh, it's a Chucky. Yeesh. Alright. Why do I have the worst luck ever? Why do I have the worst luck ever? The worst luck ever! Not me, just trying to find totems. I find the killer. That's crazy. Well, I don't think I make this. Oh, he leaves me! Yippee! Oh, thank God. Holy shiitake mushrooms, Batman. Woo! Mirror level luck. Oh my God. Well, tell her. Yikes. Because that was rough. You want to chase is actually kind of huge. That is very, very huge for me. Very, especially against a Chucky? That's very huge. I'll take it. Gladly take it. Yikes. Hey, yo! Hi, Slasher Buddy! Everyone tells Slasher Buddy how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is. Right now. Jasper, can you stop touching me? Oh, I forgot to do an ad, guys. What the fudge? Sorry. Oh, I think this person... Okay. Ah, thanks, okay! Shut up, Spade. Shut up. No way. Because you're a mod and an amazing person in this community. What do you mean? Of course you're gonna get loved on, nerd. If this person gets mad that I'm doing a totem, I'm gonna be like, look at the HUD and look at how there's 2 people that are not injured right now. I'm injured. Suck a butt. That's what I'm saying. Get loved on, nerd! See, Fawn gets it. Also, mods, do you mind getting a slutty little snooze, por favor? I'm sorry. I forgot to do an ad. Sorry, homies. Thank you. Thank you, mods. You guys are so responsive. You guys are like just as responsive as my keyboard. Thanks, Loki! Appreciate you. Thanks, Vaughn! So hot, very tall, very talented, very handsome. Shout out to the Sable's name, making it clap. Wait, what's your new keyboard? Tell us more about it. I have the Corsair... Oh, shit nipples. I have the Corsair Galleon, which is like the Elgato Corsair version thing. And I love it very much. Ah, I was gonna throw it down too. Red Gazoon type. I've never heard of that brand or thing. Really? Is that a good thing or a bad thing, Slasher? War. What did she say? Oh, what did she say, War? Because what? What? Making and clamp. Oh, I've never heard of Red Dragon before. No way. What kind of keyboard is it? Like, is it 60% or is it a full keyboard? Is it really War? 2-year warranty? Oh, that's hot. Shut up. Are you okay, Slasher? Do you like your job? I love having a number pad. Slay, period, pussy bop. We love a number pad. I'm gonna put sprint burst on instead of life, I think. Because I honestly forget that I have life for the longest time. Oh, so Oh, Sephora, you are so hot. Get the fudge out of my... Oh my god. Welcome in! Also, thank you so much for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on. But I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Everyone say, hi, Sephora. Hi, friends. Welcome in, lovelies. Yo, how was your stream? I hope you're doing so good, love. Oh, Oh, poops. Poops and goops. Don't make me blush. Are we about to kiss right now? Watch out. They might kiss. Thank you guys so much for the raid. Welcome in. My name is Pixel Kitten. I play a lot of DBD, not very well, but we're here for a good time, not a long time. And we were doing a lot of Outlast Trials today, but now we're doing some DBD. How was your stream? Shut up. Did you really? Wait, was it your first time playing RE2? Also, what's up, buddy? Buddy, welcome in. I hope you're having the best time ever. Also, Jojo! Jojo Kaiser, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders! Yo, Raiders, welcome in. How was your Overwatch? Look at this double rainbow. Everybody go follow Jojo. Everybody go follow Sephora. Thank you guys so much for the raid. Welcome in. My name is Pixel Kid. I play a lot of DBD, not very well, but we're here for a good time. Not for a long time. Also, I do have anonymous follows on, so I see you. And I appreciate you, but I won't call out the follows unless you want to be called out. But welcome in. Welcome. Thank you so much. Whoa, sorry. I was not paying attention. Yay, it's Jay. What the fudge? Thank you so much for the brand new tier 1 sub. What? Enjoy your 90? Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and add your sub badge. What the fudge sticks? Truly, thank you so much. If I've missed anyone's message, it's because I dropped out of college and I don't know how to read. But seriously, thank you guys so much. Everyone go follow Sephora. Everyone go follow Jojo. If you guys need to go raid and run, please make sure you do so. Please get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go ika pika puku, stretch, go drink. But if you guys want to hang out, there are some DBD drops right now. And there's some little Blood Moon events going on right now, which is pretty fucking cool. Oh! Enjoy your lurky turkey. Enjoy your lurky turkey, Slasher Buddy. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate you. What the fudge? We love you, Moy Slasher Bunny. Truly. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. W Mods. Oh! Do you really, Cobalt? I have the evil queen stuff. Like the Snow White evil queen. And... Oh, poops! The Snow White evil queen and the, Maleficent stuff. That's very cool. Do you love it? Do you like that smell? We love the mods. We do. And if you guys don't love the mods, then what the fudge are you doing here? But truly, thank you guys so much for raids. You guys could have raided anybody on Twitch if you guys came here. Truly, thank you guys so much. Oh, I'm doing solo queue right now, Zombie. I'm sorry, homie. I'm doing solo queue right now. I'm doing a blood point challenge from the DBD server. Thanks, homie. I appreciate you. Hey, at least we're not being tunneled like the last game. Yeesh. That was an aggressive tunnel last game. We can stack some cakes later. Oh, hell yeah. I got a bunch of cakes on my Ace Visconti. I got plenty of time to get this challenge done. But yeah, test it in solo queue is rough. Because this is my 4th game. We have 10 minutes left in this challenge, and I've made not even 100,000 blood points, which is crazy. Not even having 100,000 blood points an hour in this challenge is really like, yikes. You know what I'm saying? Oh my god, do you want to heal me? Oh, please heal me. I don't think we're gonna heal out, though. Yeah, I don't think so. Girl, you want me to take the hit? That's crazy. I knew that Sable was dumb for having me stand right there. It's like, no, you take the hit, princess. Girl, if you're healing me, you should take the hit. Oh my god. Get me out of this game. You know, maybe I shouldn't be doing solo queue, but that's alright. It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. Oh no, I was talking about last game, Spades. Last game I got tunneled. Alright, add now, no add in game. Solo queue's butt. Listen, all the love to that Sable, but if you're gonna heal me, and I just got off hook, and you're trying to heal me, I didn't get healed once that entire game. And I get healed once the entire game before. I'm gonna change my build, by the way. But yeah, like she should have stood on the other side, so she took the hit, and I knew I was gonna get down as soon as she started healing me, and I did. Mimi goes, what killer I made 2 people DC. Did you really? Because I'm doing this challenge, I'm not gonna DC. And I'm not gonna DC regardless. It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. Listen, there's how much time? There's 19 days for this Blood Moon event. I'll have plenty of time to do this challenge. But I love playing Survivor with people. The only reason why I'm not doing Survivor with people right now is because I do get tunneled out so quickly. It's just me. And maybe if I did Anonymous, it would be different. But I think people either see my name or they see the Twitch shirts. But I don't have Twitch shirts on right now. And people tunnel me out. And then I have to wait for my friends who are playing. And then, because I'm doing this challenge where I have to get as many blood points as I can in an hour, it's difficult when, like, because I cannot tell you how many times, like, I'll get tunneled out or killed first, and then, like, either the 2 or 3 people that I'm playing with will get farmed with, and it's like, guys, I'm doing a challenge right now, and I have to be fast. It's like the Ash to Eerie challenge all over again. So, it is what it is, but I'm gonna try to do solo queue. Just in my betrayal build. What's a betrayal build? What is that? I've never heard of that before. Also, a Melodol. Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. Also, Irish Game, welcome home! Insert joke about telling your favorite streamer. Oy. I ain't nobody's favorite streamer. The Jane and the Sable. Oh, yeah, because you're an Oni. And her bot DS'd me, and I got stuck on me because I wanted to drop Shaq, but I was standing in Shaq, so the bot just... And she ran to my side until the sun was over and just smacked her again. What the fudge? No way! Look at you played Outlast Trials. A huge. Yeah, Jasper's been hanging out. Oh, a Melodol is why you're so hot and tall and talented. Loki, listen, I'm not trying to like look for comments. I'm just being realistic here. I'm just being realistic here. But I do appreciate you guys being here and hanging out with me. Truly. You want to be my favorite streamer aside from my boyfriend? I would love to be your favorite streamer besides your boyfriend. That would be very high praise. That would be exceptionally high praise. Oh shit, nipples. Like, how did they even see me? Did they see me? Oi, je moi extinct! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Why are they not using their knives? Oh. Huh? You don't want to use your knives? Then don't use your knives, homie. Oi, sheboygan. Oh, damn it. Bro, I forgot what. Yeah, no knives? Like, not even one? Not even, like, one slutty little knife? Also, the only person that's been doing anything is, Aurella. The two bills haven't done a single thing, which is really frustrating. I don't have a creator code, but once I do, it's gonna be Kitten. But they're because it's in beta right now. They're not they're not adding any new creators to creator codes. Oh, I don't think I'm getting off this hook, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I'm getting off. I think we're going second. Yikes. That's alright. That's alright. Drink my Dr. Pepper strawberries and cream. A few new people do, too. Like, G-Burb has one. I can't remember her name. The person that everyone was upset with about the green envelope drama. She has one. I forgot her name. I'm so sorry. Bad friend. So some new people. Audrey, yeah, Audrey has one. We love Audrey. She got too much hate for that. In my humble opinion. But it is what it is. But so some new people besides Fog Whispers, the OG Fog Whispers have codes. What's really funny, Spades, and I feel bad for her. So me as an autistic, I have a very high sense of justice, and I'm not gonna get into a sense of justice for me because if I say that, then I'll get canceled again. Also, thank you very much for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. But like 3 decently like large streamers have mentioned if you get into my open lobbies and you don't bring BPS or cakes, then like I literally am gonna put you into I think, and I quote, the corner of shame or something like that. And it was like, that sounds kind of similar to what Audrey said, but you guys canceled Audrey, but what am I gonna say, you know? What do I know? But I don't know. I didn't see the whole thing. I wasn't there with Audrey, so I'm not sure like what exactly happened. I just know something about a green envelope. But I just find it interesting that like these 3 other streamers can say that and make that joke, but God forbid this person says it and then they get canceled. And like I have very similar instances where it's like I've done or other people have done things that are very similar to like what I was canceled for, but I'm not gonna say anything. I just have a very high sense of justice. And it's very frustrating when, like, I understand that life's not fair. I totally understand that. But, and I totally understand that. I'm very realistic about it. But having, like, life's not fair, and then also having someone get in trouble for something, and then having someone else, especially, like, when it's, like, a beautiful, like, white person or, like, a very attractive, like, white person get away with something, and, like, you as a fat autistic person, you know, get in trouble for something. It is very frustrating to, like, see that happen in real time. Like, it's like, guys, like, if you're gonna cancel one person for something, then cancel everybody for doing the same thing. Like, don't, like, pick and choose who you cancel someone for, or who you cancel something for. It's just very, like, unfair. I agree, Ground Zero. I agree. Hi, Milkman! Milkman, I hope you're doing very well. Happy weekend. A Melodol. The people who are canceling are often have, like, the biggest mouths and have nothing, like, nothing they should be saying. Like, literally. I don't want to get started because I don't want to open that can of worms, but some of the worst people in the world, in my opinion, are the people who are, like, the keyboard warriors on Twitter. You're well for the most part. That makes me very happy. That makes me very happy, Milkman. I hope you're doing so good. But you guys know that meme where it's like the person with the big mouth has like the smallest brain and the person with the smaller mouth has the biggest brain? Yeah, I'm not saying I have a superiority complex, but Thana, thank you for the 4 months. What the fudge? Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and add your savage. Everyone, W Thana in chat. Right now, or you're banned. I'm joking, I won't ban you. But I'll think about it. Bitch. W Theta. Thanks, guys. Hey, you guys. You guys are so hot. Thank you so much. I'm not gonna go back to that gen because that gen is almost done. Who put that tree there? Oh, thank God it's a regular gen. I don't. Oh, sorry. I'm trying to read chat and I'm like, ugh. I gotta stop reading chat while I'm playing this game. Hold on. I don't want a backseat, but next game you might want to take off Overcome because you can't really use it Whisper in person unless you get hit while walking and exhausted. I can't use Overcome? Alright, this guy hasn't used his power once. Oh, but apparently he has. Because he just reloaded. Oh, it's Overcome an exhaustion perk? I'm sorry. Guys, I've been drinking. Guys, I've been drinking. Sorry. I totally forgot the Overcome is exhaustion perk. Listen, I've been drinking a lot. No. Thank you. Thank you for that. I totally forgot exhaustion was an Overcome perk. That's my Eerie DVD streamer. Also, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. No, that's good. Oh, sorry, I've been drinking. What the fudge sticks? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. What the fudge? You guys could have used your Prime sub on anybody's channel, but used on mine. Thank you so much. Whoa! Oh my god, ladies. Okay, sorry. I got scared. So back to suppose I've been drinking so much, Saria. Surprised. Surprised you haven't seen it. I've had so many shots. Oh. Wait, don't finish the channel without me. I want to do it. I want the points. I love you so much. I love you moist. Am I gonna escape my first game tonight? Am I gonna escape my first game tonight, homies? No way. Oh, okay. Well, it's only 2 stacks. Rooster! Wait, Rooster, what are you drinking? Oh, really? Well, I mean, to be fair, I've seen... I guess it depends on, like, the size of the streamer, right? Like, I've seen people go on about worse things, but... I'm not here to judge. Rum with Diet... Oh, my God, I love me some Diet Coke. Yeah. That's alright, that's what it is. Oh, Commodious Toolbox. Oh, my. Oh, my. Let's see. Is there any more points I can get? I think I killed as many totems as I could. I think there's one more totem, but I don't remember where. Oh, bitch, why are you going after me? What did I do? Cause I'll leave. I'll leave this game. Yeah, sure. You were raised on rum? Oh, the games are, or the challenge is already over, so even whatever I get done in this game, it doesn't even count. That sucks. The one game where I escape and doesn't even count. That's unfortunate. Boo. That sucks. Mm. It is what it is. GG's. Oh, the game is still bugged too. Where, like, you can't see people's builds because the game is still bugged. Ah, Dead by Daylight, you were perfect in every way. Perfect in every way. But, that would have been such a good game, too, because I started off at, damn. I started off at, like, 13,000 blood points, and I think, like, I got, like, 300,000 blood points that game. I got, like, 100,000 blood points in an hour. I'll do a marker. That one didn't count. But you know what I can do? I can get my slutty Gabriel outfit. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wait, hold on. Actually, before I do this, let me get rid of Overcome. What should we do? Quick Gambit? I guess we could put Lightweight back on. Alright. Good thing they can't see my builds, just to make fun of me. It's so annoying, especially with this challenge that they're doing in the Discord. But it's fine. It is what it is. Gabriel, let's put your slutty little t-shirt on. Do you mind? Oh, there's my slutty little... Oh, who's a good little boy? Oh, who's a good little boy? Should we do one more game, chat? There's so many bugs. It's insane. It's insane how many bugs there are in this video game right now. Oh, that's true! Oh, that's so true. That's so annoying. I didn't even think about that. I don't really run into hackers, though, for me personally, so that's why I didn't think about it. But for everyone else who, like, plays this game a lot and does run into hackers, like, that sucks. Okay, I clearly missed my kitty cat. Oh, there she is. Bunkers. I have to pee so badly, but I'm gonna play one more game. I'm gonna play one more game. Some people think I'm lame. Things about me. Go pee and play 3. Oh, thank you, Slytherin. Slytherin means a lot. No, that's really shitty, Spades. Truly. Do you guys think I can, like, pee before I get into this game? Alright, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. I'll be right back. Was there like a trap? Oh, there's a trap right here. Okay, bye. What's up, brah? Hello. W message. Hello. There's someone in WikiWay, but they don't nearly taste as weird. Interesting. Well, it also might be like an America thing, because, like, I feel like America's, like, chocolate is, like, shit. The gates are done? Or, not the gates are done. The gens are done? Oh, my God. Guys, I touched one generator. Oh. He doesn't want the sauce, guys. He doesn't want the sauce. Kit Kats are so good. Yeah, America just has, like, really, like, shit overprocessed garbage. However, speaking of which, hey, Raven, if you want to try some American candy, I'll send some to you. Damn. Wait, this heal's going pretty slow, even with a medkit. Oh, I thought you would go for me. Damn, sorry, Pugman. Damn, that's funny as shit. Alright, well, I guess I'll go save my friends or something. Oh my god, I'm gonna step in a trap though. Kit Kats are good. Kit Kats are always good. I don't think I've ever had a bad Kit Kat. Yo, don't they have like a bunch of like different like flavored Kit Kats? Like you get like a strawberry like flavored one. Oh, my stockings fell down. I was running, my stockings fell down. Alright. Holy. Yes, Cobalt! Yes, I did. Feel better? Hell yeah. That was the best pee ever. Now my stockings! I gotta drink some more water. Oh, I've been drinking a lot of water. I didn't realize. Well, I guess it makes sense why I've been peeing so much. I've been very hydrated. I really can't tell you guys how grateful I am for you guys for being here, hanging out, all the follows, the raids, the lurkies, the subs, what the fudge, the bits. I told you guys I wasn't gonna cry today, though. I told you I wasn't gonna cry today. It's the new map! Oh, yeah! Well, hopefully it's not like a Michael Myers. It ain't the booze? Oh, piss. That's fine. It ain't the booze. I've been drinking a lot, though. A lot. That's fine. I got pizza. You know, my first game on this map in the PTB was against the Dracula. I gotta go to bed. Everyone say... Huh? Everyone say good night, Fawn. Fawn, thank you so much for being here. Fawn, I hope you have the best night ever. Thank you seriously so much. Bye, Cobalt. Everyone say good night, Cobalt. Thank you guys seriously so much for being here. Truly. Enjoy your evenings. And if I don't see you, enjoy the rest of your weekend. Seriously, thank you guys so much for being here. Oh, you know what? You can go ahead and do that. I'm good. Oh, you're just getting to bed. This is my last game. So if you guys are all cozy, we'll raid out after this game. On Monday, we'll play DBD for sure, probably for most of the day, if not all of it. I'm not sure what we're gonna do tomorrow. Tomorrow we could do probably some more half and half between Outlast Trials and Dead by Daylight. We can see what the Discord wants. We can post in the Discord. Because we could do both. Because they both have Twitch drops. Oh, Cobalt! Oh, you. One of the breast nights. Is it because my titties are out? I'm joking. I'm sorry. Oh, there's another one here. Okay, well. How many bludgeons do we got over here, homies? Aha. Yeah. One of the breast nights. I love that you guys have been picking up on that. I love it. That makes me very happy. You guys having the breast night ever? Good. I'm glad you guys like that. Did you guys see the bug that's going on with the Jake cosmetic for the Blood Moon event? Oops. There she is. Oh, Ada, you're fine. Like, the Jade cosmetic has, like, crazy bugs if you're, looking at it from the killer POV. And it's like, it's like, you can see the Jade cosmetics from, like, across the map. It's very glitchy. Marksman, thank you so much. The breaster dye city where the breasts are big and the breasts are pretty. Ha! It took me a second, but I got there. The breasts are pretty. That's very funny. Ooh, hello, Totem. I can cleanse that.
Should I use my medkit on you? Let's see. What do you got? I'll use my medkit on you. Just because I'm a good little girl. Nice. W skill check. Oh, I forgot that I have this Headless Pumpkin Angry Orchard Hard Cider. I saw the Wiglif bug. That was wacky tobacco. I'm glad that I got Kill Switch because that was really rough. That was really rough, gamers. Oh, you're deaf, so I'm not using my cochlear device, so I'm just enjoying watching your stream. Are my captions working? I know my captions aren't like super accurate, but Marksman, you're giving me a reminder that I should enunciate better and talk more slowly, because that is a goal that I want to do regardless of the hard of hearing community, the hard of hearing / deaf community. They are working. I do want to, thank you. No! Spades, I literally need to catch up and mustard on so many of your messages. Oh, Loki, I don't think I know that one. But I need to worry more about enunciating and talking more slowly. I speak too quickly. Yeah, that's my bad. I'm sorry, Spades, because you have messaged me so many things and I've just like ignored them. I haven't ignored them. I'm not trying to ignore them. I'm just a bad friend. I need to catch up and mustard on messages. I did. Hi, Pyro! Everyone say hi, Pyro. I did almost cancel stream today because I told myself that I was like, I really need to catch up. I really need to catch up on like messages and DMs and emails. That I did tell myself that I was going to cancel stream today so that I could catch up on those, but I didn't. Here, Pyro! You know what? I did, yeah, the counting starting at 0 thing, I literally almost pulled up, but it was like right before stream, I was like, ah, shit, I don't have enough time for that. Yeah, look at, exactly. I have joked about that so many times, about how my brain moves faster than my mouth. I've joked about that so many times. Yeah, you get it. Super quick fix. Okay. I literally haven't even looked at it, because if I look at it, then it says I've read your message, and then I'll need to unread your messages so I lose the pin. But the thing is, I have so many messages in my Discord. Oh, it's so bad. I'm just a bad friend. Ugh. I still need to do that. But like, I literally almost canceled stream so that I could work on those things. I just keep forgetting. No, people deserve to have their messages be read and responded to, and I feel badly for not doing that. Oh, did you message? Oh, if you bumped, thank you so much for that. Oh, imagine hitting skill tracks, you fucking idiot. That's me. I'm the fucking idiot. 3 guesses where he's coming to. Well, I will sprint burst and lightweight away. Yes, sir. Whoopsies. Oh, he got me. Oh, basement, by the way. All right, here you go. I didn't realize that the basement was right there. This is like my 3rd time on this map. You're not a bad friend. Don't be nice to me. I'll come. Oh, the captions plugin. Oh, that's right. So I think you said that you gave me that. Okay. Because I do need to update that. Yeah. Okay. Oh, there's so much you need to do. Fudge. It is so hard to live alone, take care of 5 pets, take care of yourself, do maintenance on your house. Eat well. Cook for yourself. Oh shit, I didn't know that was back up. Bitch, why do you have that back up already? It is so hard to take, like message friends and like keep up with your friends. Eat and take care of yourself. Take care of your house. Take care of your pets. work, all of that, all in a day, and it's like, there's just not enough time. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying, like, this is, like, and then also, I'm autistic and ADHD on top of it, so, like, I get distracted every 30 seconds. Because, ooh, pretty flowers, or, ooh, I want to play, oh, I'm so sorry, love, I didn't know you were here. I'm so sorry, Angel. Or, ooh, I want to play, like, Animal Crossing or something, like, it's hard to keep track of that. And it's hard to keep on top of it, but, you know, I'll get there one day. Staring into the abyss. Oh my god, really? Pixel, my wife says you're pretty. Tell your wife I said, meow. Also, thank you. It's very sweet. Oh, that's so far away. That's fine. I have ADHD and it's so difficult. It's so hard. Because, like, don't get me wrong. Like, I love getting messages from friends and mutuals and stuff like that. But, like, responding to them in a timely manner is really difficult because I open up my phone. And I try to make my phone as ADHD friendly as I can. But I open up my phone and I instantly forget what I opened up my phone for because of the stupid ADHD. And so I try to streamline my phone like as much as I can to make it as ADHD friendly as I can. And I have that in my kitchen too. My kitchen's really was really bad, but it's really good now. I have like pretty much all the cabinets in my kitchen taken off so that I can see what's in every single one of my cabinets. So I can't afford to get like those clear cabinets, you know, that you guys have seen. I can't afford to get those. Woo! But I have no clue where I am in the map, by the way. I have no clue where I am. Oh, okay. I still don't know where I am. Oh, that's the basement where I saw. Okay, well, I have no clue. I still don't know where I am. Okay, well, I guess there's this. Okay, I still have no clue where I am. I haven't really been on that side of the map before. But I took off all the doors of my cabinet, so every single one of my cabinets in my kitchen are open, so I can see all the food that I have. I see all of, like, the containers that I have, all the soups and stuff, just so I can remember what I have. What do you do to use your phone? What do you use on your phone? Oh, on my home page on my phone, I have my to-do list. And big old, can I show this without doxing myself? I have a to-do list. On the top, that big white box on my phone is a to-do list. So that's on my home page. And so there's 4 things. Go through my feature clips on Twitch, create a LinkedIn, change my State Farm address, and log into all my accounts on Opera GX. Those are my first 4 things. So like those are the most important things that I have. The most important things that I have to do on my to-do list. And so I see that as a reminder as to what to do. And that's on my homepage. Oh, really? Oh, I don't have any of my lower cabinets open. But yeah, I mean, to be fair, what's his name? Crowley is a little bitch. So yeah, he would get into everything. But yeah, mine are all the up top. I'll also look at it and say I'll do it later. That's why I have it as my, on my homepage, big old to-do list. Like, I can scroll and see, like, what else I need to do. New Twitter header is my next one. Yeah. But having that big old to-do list, like, right on my homepage is, like, the biggest thing that I've done that helps. Yeah. I don't have anything open on the bottom shelf, but also Jasper and Balthazar piss on everything, so I have to keep those doors closed. Oh, boys, they pee pissing everywhere. Oh, hello, Totem. I saw you. Slytherin! What? They go the forehead kissing. You won't list Kestrel. That's actually very funny. I love that. You won't, bitch. You won't do this. It's actually very funny. I love that. I love that very much. Yummy plastic. Also Pyro. Mwah, they got the forehead kissy. Let's do a slightly little heel, yes, shall we? Baby locks. Crowley seems like such an annoying little twat, doesn't he? I worked well in spite. That's very funny. Crowley seems like such an annoying little twat in like the most loving way. But like he seems like such an annoying little twat, you know what I'm saying? Where's this person slugged, by the way? I can't even see them. Am I stupid? Or is this like game too bright? Or this oh, okay, they picked him up. Okay. Who's it do the Jenny? Oh, there they are. Alright, well, I don't know the hatch spawns this map, but let's find it. He's so cute! But he's like so fucking little piece of shit. Like, I can feel how much of a piece of shit he is, and I don't even own him. I can feel it. Little POS. But he's so fucking cute. Annoying little twat. Because he is a annoying little twat, aren't you? Oh, j'aime moi. Ooh, okay, War. Okay. Everyone say good night, War. Ah, poops. Well. Okay, bye. Well. At least I finally know this part of the map. What do you mean you weren't close enough to that? Ooh, look at this outfit. I'll take it. Oh! Marry me by the perishables, Daddy. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. GG's. Still can't see nothing. GG's! Wasting the crystal, sir. You know, I'll take it. I'll take it. Let me put my BP into Ashley J. Williams, who is Prestige 89. He's about to be Prestige 90. He is 10 levels away from being Prestige 100, and we get to cosplay him. I'm joking. Shadowhawk, no, you! Shadowhawk, I hope you're doing very well, my friend. Wait, what? I know. It was from last year's charity streams. It was like August or something. I have to P100 Ashley J. Williams and Ghostface. Yeah. Oh, Asia Moy. Good stream, guys. Can you believe that I almost canceled stream today? Those plastic little tubes. I know exactly what you're talking about. That's very funny. Why are you so cute? No, I am leaving. I know. I know, but I'm gonna be live tomorrow. I don't need this verbal sim. This guy's doing a 48-hour stream. What if we send a slight love? Why gagging? Because it's Ashley J. Williams and Ghostface. Speaking of come here. Hello. Oh, sorry. Hello, this is Jasper.
He does not like being picked up. But I pick him up anyway because I have to pick up his poop. And if I have to pick up his poop, I'm going to pick him up. Hello. You pee everywhere that I have to put little piss pads all over so that you don't piss on my floor and you piss on the piss pads. You little piss boy. You little pissy piss boy. Oh, I don't like being called a little pissy piss boy. Well, stop pissing everywhere, then we won't have this problem. Up. Where'd you go, boy? He likes it rough, all right? Just like his mama. Just like his mama. Oh, good boy. So anyways, do you guys want to do a slitty little raid? Wait, what was it?
Pissing all by yourself, handsome?
Oh, I just cracked my neck. Do you guys want to do marbles? Wait, marbles? 1's in chat for marbles, 2's in chat for go fuck yourself. Okay, thank you for no one putting 2 because I would have cried. Marbles, thank you, Loki. Everyone say thank you, Loki, because I forgot. Guys, we're going to do marbles on stream. Every day at the end of a stream, although I do forget / cancel it all the time, we like to do marbles on stream. 3's in chat for rivals. I have it uninstalled. Whoopsies! But we're going to do marbles on stream where you guys have to put your little balls in and around my levels and you guys are going to have to fucking deal with it. Yeah, apparently. I do have it uninstalled though. Exclamation point play. It's free. You guys don't have to do anything. All I do is make fun of who's in last place. But you guys can spend channel points on who you guys think, or how many balls you think are going to survive. So that's pretty cool. We have, oh, music, hello. We have 12 bowls. Let's see, what was our last prediction? How many bowls will live? 0 to 6 or 7 plus? Yeah, that's a good one. All right, guys, get your prediction in. How many balls will live? 0 to 6 balls or 7 plus balls? And I purposely don't look at the map because, oh, here's a little. All right, there you go. That's the only, like, little tip you get to see. My 17th symphony, my 67th wonder of the world. No, you. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Sorry. Okay, hold on. Guys, get your balls in here. You guys got 2 minutes to get your channel points in here. How many balls will live? Rootsy, you did get walled. Yes. I need to do that. Although my sleep schedule's been really weird. Do you guys want to hear my sleep schedule's been like? Oh, here we go. Hold on. Peliu, Pelolo, Pelis, Pel, Piol, Pel, Pial, Pial, Pelly, Polly, Pelly, Pelly. Why can't I type this fuck-ass word? Pelly. Alright, girl. Pelly-o. Pale. Play! So anyways. Friday's actually really good. Also, my mic is doing that thing where it's like 1 second behind. So I hear myself talking 1 second behind when I'm actually speaking. And it's like fucking with my brain right now. What a motherfucking train wreck. Me whenever I see myself in the mirror. Yippee. Alright, Pixel, you gotta stop talking. All I hear is my voice 1 second behind me actually speaking. It's pissing me off. Spades entered 100 times. Shut the fudge up. What is happening here? Oh. 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 Oh, okay. I don't think we've done this map before. My boo-booch. Oh, Slytherin! Oh, fudge. You guys didn't say that, right? Oh my god. That was a good one. Thank you, Loki. What do you mean? Man, Slytherin died, but everyone's alive. Hackers. Oh, I hope people die here. Yay! Bye, Loki! Bye, Icy. Oh, Dingoes lived. Whatever. Oh, bye, Ewok. Bye, Irish Queen. Oh, bye, Bond. Bye, Betty. Oh, ooh. Wait. This might be... Oh, bye, Little Gun. Wait, is... Oh, Raven still alive? Ranked. Oh, bye, Shadowhawk. Ooh, if, like, 2 more people die, that's the prediction. Oh, Adrian, I didn't know you're a little hacker. Look at you. Look at you, little hacker man. We need 2 more people to die for the prediction. Dead. Alright, Raven, what are you doing alive? Oh, Rooster! One more! One more person needs to die for the prediction! Oh, he's gonna be a little death totem. Not Adrian. Adrian finishes. Oh, come on. Oh, hi, Jojo. You're so cute. Who's gonna die? Adrian, huge W, by the way. Huge win. Raven lived? That's ain't right. Oh, you did die, Shadowhawk. You did. But you did get top 10, even with dying. Alright, Dagos, do you want to talk about what's going on here? Oh, okay. You do well under pressure, apparently. Ah, 7 people! Whatever. Got me spinning like a ballerina. I'm sorry, I can't. My voice is in my head. I gotta stop talking. 7+ people lived? 7+ people lived. That's crazy. GG's! Alright, let's do another prediction. What's my prize? A Swift high 5. Hope you like it. How many pools will live? Alright, new prediction. 2 minutes. Random track. We got 1 more level, and then we'll rate out. I know who we're going to rate to. They're doing a 40-hour stream. Yeesh! Oh, I got to type play. Alright, so spades. It's P-L-A-Y. I'm sorry. I love you. Pally! Shout out to Pally, by the way. Spades, you're not actually in, by the way. I don't think you're in. I'm copy pasting. Well, don't copy paste your message. Sorry, we still have 1 more minute left in this prediction. Well, wait. Oh, sweetie. Yeah! Alright, we still got like 30 seconds left of this prediction. Guys, get your channel points in. Spend your money! Oh, I wish I was high right now and not drinking. Pally! Oh, my headset! Oh. Damn it! Damn you, Dangos. Now people know that these ears are fake. Okay, why are we so far away? What's going on here? What is happening here? That's true. Okay. 10-second countdown. Get your asses in here. Really? Oh my god, Loki. I keep hearing my freaking voice. 1 second behind me. Sneaky. It's gonna be crazy. Look at these hackers. Look at these mod hackers. Whoa. Look at. Oh, this hurts my brain. Whoa. Oh, I'm cheating. Pixel, if you die, I will kill myself. In game. Oh, this is cute. This kind of reminds me of my Animal Crossing Island. Oh, wait, Quinn, shut up. Oh, I died! Bitch! Why'd I die? What'd I do? Oh, look at this loop-de-loop. I can't wait to see what happens here. I wonder if people go to loop-de-loop. Adrian, there's no way you're hacking again. That's crazy. Someone take out Adrian. Adrian, what the fudge? What secrets do you know that I don't know? Oh, did you die, Milkman? Me too. I was the first one dead. Adrian, what secrets do you know that we don't know? Look at this gamer. It could be done. Is Dangos winning? Yeah. Actually, I don't know. Oh, you're still alive. Okay. You know. Adrian, what the fudge? Oh, Loki died. Oh, apparently Raven died. Whoa! Dangos. Oh. Whoa! Whoa! Out of bounds. Look at one, but Adrian Cobb was like just a little bit behind. Guys, my voice is like 2 seconds behind now. It's pissing me off. I gotta stop. I gotta stop screaming. Shelby! Oh, one more. Prediction's done. The prediction has been prediction. You know what? Having gold and silver is actually really impressive. 7 plus balls 1. GG's. 11 balls. Bitch. Pixel Kitten, next time you die. It's fine. All F4. Not OBS though. Oh my god, imagine I alt F4 at OBS. That'd been so funny. Guys, you guys want to raid Heatley? Heatley is playing Silent Hill F. He's actually, I think... No. I think it's further than I was. I never finished it. You make marbles! You did! Yeah. Heatley's very tall, very talented, very handsome. My W anxiety buddy all throughout TwitchCon. And if he goes next year, I mean, this year, he'll probably be my anxiety buddy again. But he's doing a 40-hour stream. So he's trying to get the Partner Plus program, which is like getting like 100 subs before the end of the month. And then you get like the 60-40 subscriber split. So that's why he's doing this 48-hour stream. And he's playing Silent Hill F. Well, Rootsy, when are you gonna go to TwitchCon? You go to TwitchCon, you be my anxiety buddy. We love the Silent Hill games! Hell yeah! This year, hello? Let's see what happens. Okay, but like, are you really? Because like, I wanna fucking shit myself if you do. And then also... I'm joking. Alright, I gotta raid out because this mic delay is actually driving me crazy. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Thank you guys so much for... I can't listen to myself anymore. This 1 second delay is driving me crazy. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you so much for the raids. Thank you so much for the follows. Thank you so much for the bits, the tats, the raids, the follows, the wallows, the subbies, the wubbies, the chitties, the pennies. Thank you so much for all the pussies tonight. Thank you guys so much for watching me play some Outlast Trials. Thank you guys, Shabby, Mad Eye, and Nubster for playing Outlast Trials with me. Thank you guys very much for watching me playing Dead by Daylight. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Ear reveal. No, my ears are so small. I can't do it. Do you guys, one's in chat if you guys want ear reveal. And Meladol is literally gonna get bad. What the fudge? Quick, give me a pussy color. Quick, pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. Quick, 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 quick. Ear reveal. Oh, look at the tiny ears. Look at the tiny ears. Let's make fun of her. Purple. I got you. I hope you guys had the best night ever. Meladol, you were so hot. I'm going to do a shot for you tomorrow. Do you guys mind? Have the best night ever. And Meladol, don't you ever do that ever again. I'll see you guys tomorrow. From the bottom of my butt, because bigger than my heart. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I love you guys. Bye.